Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We take pride in announcing yet another important academic event of Association of Surgeons of India, Chennai City Branch. This is done in collaboration with the national body of the ASI, the Association of Breast Surgeons of India. We are proud to tell we are hosting back-to-back programs with various national bodies, and ASI is as ever committed to academics and the initiatives as advised by our national body and the state body. With that, I request Dr. Uttara Kumar sir to give the secretary's report.
Thank you, Dr. Kanagavel sir. Good afternoon to everyone. The month of October is the breast cancer awareness. I think this is the right time to conduct this program. I take as a pride to say that ASI Chennai City Branch collaboration with the Association Breast Surgeon of India for scientific deliberations on Breast Can 2020. It's a great privilege to invite ASI National President Dr. Raghuram sir, who is the breast cancer advocacy and screening on proposed model for Tamil Nadu, who is the pioneer for screening of breast cancer in the name of Usa Lakshmi Breast Cancer Foundation in Hyderabad. So I appeal you, sir. I appeal you to extend your service to our state also, sir. And also the heartfelt thanks to you, sir, for smooth running of our ASNA City Branch ASA with your blessings. And congratulations to your team, sir, for Hyderabad medical team for rendering the medical service for needy poor people for the society. I cordially invite President of Association Breast Surgeon of India, Dr. S.P. Somashekar sir, had given consent for conducting this collaboration program. Warmly welcome you, sir. I take this opportunity to invite immediate past President of Association Breast Surgeon of India, Dr. Divendra K. Sarkar. His role is the moderator in this panel discussion. And Honorable Secretary of Association Breast Surgeon of India, Dr. K.R. Aswin, Oncoplastic Surgeon. Welcome you all, sir. So today is a galaxy of all eminent panelists. Dr. Begum Raghavan, Onco-Radiologist, Apollo Hospital, Chennai. Dr. Bhavana, Oncologist, Apollo Proton. Dr. Pabita Devi, Madam. Dr. S. Sarada, Madam. Dr. Satya Priya, Madam, from Chennai Medical College. Dr. Sunita Prabhakar, who are all come forward to sharing of your experience in this panel discussion. You are all welcome, you, Madam. I have immense pleasure to invite all the ASI members of our country and Tamil Nadu City Chapter office bearers and members of ABSI, Association of Breast Surgeons of India members and office bearers, delegates, and all my dear students. So as being the secretaries, my report, so far we have been conducted 6 academic programs. So among these, the 4 academic programs joined with ACRSI, the Association of Colorectal Surgeon of India, and Indian Association of Traumatology and Critical Care, and Indian Association for Surgeon of Oncology, Vascular Society of India, and Indian Association for Vascular and Interventional Radiology. So really proud to say that, sir, within the shortest period, we have been conducted 6 academic programs. Every month, we have been conducted Facebook postgraduate clinic. We invite all the lecturers, irrespective of all the medical colleges of our country. That is one of the special in our academic program. That is the one. The another one I would like to say that in the COVID crisis time, so we donate PP kit, sanitizer, and shoes and drugs, everything to the dean of various medical colleges, various hospital of Rajiv Gandhi Government Hospital, Stanley Government Hospital, and KMC, Kilpauk Medical College, the worth of 1 lakh, sir. This is really proudly to say that, sir. Thank you very much for giving the opportunity to the organizer, Dr. Kanagavel, who is the pillar of this ASI, the major contribution in every academic program, and hand over this to the Dr. Chandrasekhar for further proceeding, who is the National Governing Council member and is the Vice Chairman of ASI Chennai City Branch. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Uttar Kumar.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, friends. Respected President of National ASI, Dr. B. Raghuram. President, Dr. S.P. Somashekar, President of the Association of Breast Surgeons of India. My co-secretary, Professor G. Uttar Kumar. Immediate past Chairman and Director of the Academic Council, Professor Vivekananda Subramanianathan. Dr. Kannan, Treasurer, and esteemed EEC members of Chennai City Branch, esteemed EEC members of Association of Breast Surgeons of India, and warm welcome to the invited faculty for the day. It gives me pride and pleasure to contribute towards the academic welfare of the surgical fraternity. I thank the National President, the President of ABSI, the entire galaxy of the EEC members and the national leaders for allowing me to function with true academic sense, and for all the contributions you have been to the Association of Surgeons of India in various forms. In fact, Chennai has the pride of having two GC members. One is our Vice Chairman, Dr. G. Chandrasekhar, and the other person is Professor S.R. Subramaniam, sir, who has been always instrumental in advising us whenever we are in a crisis. Chandrasekhar also covers up as the Director of the Social Welfare Council of the Chennai City Branch and has been instrumental in coordinating all the relief efforts as per the directions of the National ASI in this hour of crisis. And I also thank all the support rendered by the EC members, being physical meeting out of person for another some time. So all the EC members have been fully supportive. In fact, I should put on record, each EC member takes turn to do one program by themselves so that academics doing across society academics also becomes a lighter effort. With that few words, I look forward to the entire evening for a rich academic deliberation. And I also would like to tell, we'll be having few more societal integration program, and then we will also be able to concentrate on social welfare programs as per the national vision. Thank you, one and all.
Then we are going for official inauguration of the programs.
So I will have to inform Professor Gunasagaran has sent a recorded message. So with the permission of the President of the National ASI, I am going to play for you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Shall I start?
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Please, sir.
Dear Dr. Kanagavel, Chairman of the Madras or Chennai branch of the
Are you able to hear us?
ASI.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Raghuram, President of the ASI, delegates to this online conference on a theme on breast cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really a great pleasure to greet all of you, and I thank you very much for honoring me as one of your guests. And the ASI has always been very close to my heart. Having been a member from 1972, so first as an associate member and as 75, I have served the ASI truly and honestly. At the same time, learned at the knees of those great teachers who are founders of the ASI and who later built up the ASI. This does not mean only people from Madras, but teachers across the country. Because it has been my great fortune to see them and interact with them in person in all the ASI conferences, wherein I was able to interact with them in person. For example, Arthur Disa, Hampton Uduwadia, Anand Mohan, and so on and so Dr. Many of them, in fact. So you see, I am intimately connected with the ASI, and to see that it has grown up to great proportion is very heartening. I wish the breast cancer group a great success because today cancer breast is the most common urban cancer among women. And today in Tamil Nadu has a distinction of becoming the most urbanized state in Tamil Nadu, and thus CA breast is catching up with cancer cervix, and with the better amenities available, cancer cervix is receding and cancer breast is increasing in numbers, and it is very heartening. All the efforts to surgeons and physicians have made it possible to make a diagnosis of early breast cancer, which means curable breast cancer, and cure patients of cancer breast. And today to think that we are reconstructing primarily a CA breast is very heartening. It was in its nuance and infancy when I was a practicing surgeon in the 80s. And today it has become commonplace. I wish the conference all success. And before I bid farewell to all of you, one small piece of information that I wish to share with you. Madras has got a great legacy in terms of not only the ASI, but medicine in general in this part of the world. Madras gave rise to the Madras Medical College, the mother of all institutions in this part of the world. And then came the Madras University 25 years later. And then came the ASI, the dedication of surgeons of this country to the whole of India. And today it's a vibrant organization. So the word Madras is sacrosanct and it's very, very precious to all of us. So give it the respect and give it the recognition. Madras Medical College remains the Madras Medical College. The Madras University remains the Madras University. The Madras High Court remains the Madras High Court. Madras Christian College remains the Madras Christian College. The Madras Club remains the Madras Christian College. And so the word Madras has been always precious and has been celebrated and preserved. And I believe that we must do the same. And finally, there must be a session in all our conferences where someone who is a co-author of mine will present a small aspect of the ASI history, which I think is very important because I have authenticated information on the history of the ASI right from maybe 1938 when the first draft constitution was written out at the Madras Medical College, and later on, right up to 2000, because after that it became very contemporary and may become controversial. So I believe there will be an opportunity in all the maybe the regional electronic regional conferences which are on the web, as well as the regular ASI conference, where there will be an opportunity for one of my colleagues who, along with me as a co-author, will be given the honor to present a small, short communication year after year in the several parts. I thank you once again. I congratulate our president for being with us, and his presence and address will be a great inspiration to all of us. I wish to thank Kanagavelu for this opportunity, who has been associated with me for maybe for the last 25 years. I wish him all the best and wish you all the very best from Madras. Thank you. Is it all right, Kanagavelu?
I will get back to you in a minute.
Thank you, friends. In fact, I hope all of you are aware that he had a procedure shortly, so he said that it won't be appropriate to come in that way. So I thank Professor Gunasagaran for his kind words and encouragement. Now I'd like to invite the president of the ABSI, Dr. S.P. Somashekar sir, to tell a few words before we move on to presidential inauguration. S.P. Somashekar sir, please.
Sir,
Please unmute yourself, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I just have a screen share option? I'll just show logo of ABSI.
Sir, I think it is on.
Okay.
Are you able to see here?
No, it is.
Can you do that, sir?
Yeah, host.
Sir, try now, sir.
Yeah.
Try now, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. The Honorable President of ASI, Dr. Raghuram, the President of Chennai State Chapter ASI Kanagavelu, and all the office bearers and Executive Committee of Chennai State Chapter of ASI, all the dignitaries from the ASI, my colleagues from ABSI, and all the delegates, a warm welcome. And at the outset, I want to thank the ASI and also the Chennai ASI chapter for having associated with the ABSI, since we all share the same motto, same theme, and we are all part of the same one big family. And Association of Breast Surgeons, we bring a warm regard. This was something which was formed in 2011 and a part of ASI, which is the Voice for Breast Surgeons of India. It encompasses general surgeons, the surgical oncologists, breast surgeons, plastic surgeons, and people doing. And our great, mentor, friend, founder, Dr. Raghuram, after having from UK, really worked for India, and he really lifted up the breast care, both in all the aspects, the screening, education, treatment, and he, with like-minded people and blessing of senior people of ASI at those times, formed the association, and it is honor to tell that, he was the main pivot and the person who is behind the chariot of ABSI, which we went through. And the main purpose of ABSI is to endeavor and develop breast surgery as a subspecialty, which has happened now, and to standardize the breast healthcare care in India, promoting the education, research, collaboration with various like this. And one of the main achievements of ABSI is we standardized the ABSI modules, which are 12 modules on breast cancer, keeping general surgeon in mind to standardize the breast care health in India, which is the ABC of breast health, what every surgeon should know. And now we are a very big, robust association with thousands of members and a lot of international members, overseas members, associate members, breast cancer advocacy group, the nurses, survivor group, all of them are there. Some of the thing ABSI under the leadership of ASI, Raghuram, and all the people, our senior Dr. Diptain, Dr. SVS Dio, Dr. D.D. Patel, Sir Chintamani, is we standardize the ABSI module. We have done thousands of such courses in all state, all taluk, all district, in all the medical colleges, which is a standard module, what every trainee and surgeon should know and do in breast cancer management and any breast lump. And we conduct regularly breast imaging skill courses for surgeons. So the surgeon do breast imaging themselves, biopsies and course. Yeah, and then we also brought a ABSI consensus statement, Indian solution for Indian problems. What it does and does. And we also offer, this is published in the Indian Journal of Surgery. What is the Indian solution for Indian problems made in India? ABSI consensus statement for breast care management, which is a very big guideline. Also, it was presented in San Antonio Breast Congress, and it offers 2 ABSI International Indo-UK Breast Oncoplasty Fellowship, and we have 2 National Travel Fellowship. And also now we have a honor of bringing the Annals of Breast Diseases, ABSI's official journal. So this is such a golden opportunity to tie up with the Chennai chapter of all the ASI. Everybody knows this is very academic chapter. This is ASI. ASI chapter, Chennai chapter is something which is known for contribution, academics, research, and very, very high intellectual people. And in association with them is a great honor for ABSI under the umbrella of ASI. And we look forward for more such thing. And I congratulate President Kanagavelu and his team for this fantastic event. And I wish a great success for this on behalf of ABSI. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, President of ABSI. Now I would like to invite the National President, Dr. P. Raghuram, to give the inaugural address and formally inaugurate the session. Please unmute yourself.
Okay. On behalf of the National Executive Committee, I bring greetings from our own headquarters, which is located in your own city. And I always like to begin by expressing gratitude. My gratitude begins with my dearest friend, Som Shekhar, who is the dynamic president of ABSI, who's actually taking, as you have seen, the association to greater and greater and greater heights, which will be very, very difficult for his successors to follow, I'm sure. So more power to your arms, Som, and to team ABSI. And I'm very, very grateful to the Chennai City branch led by Dr. Kanagavel, very dynamic. The two dynamic people that you see on the screen, it's not that others are not dynamic. Chandra, who is a national EC member, and also the vice chairman, Dr. Uttar Kumar, and all the EC members of Chennai City branch. You really make ASI very proud. Looking at your track record and the number of academic programs that you have done, really, really very proud. And I'm so happy to announce that the Chennai City branch is organizing a virtual cyclothon, a marathon, which is a virtual event in commemoration of the International Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Because of the COVID pandemic, we can't assemble. You have come up with a very unique idea, and I'm really, really so happy that you're launching this. And I'm told the further details will be disclosed very soon by the Chennai City branch. But to all the people in Chennai, I request you, and also in Tamil Nadu, I request you to please participate in this virtual cyclothon and marathon. And this whole thing is to create awareness, to salute breast cancer survivors in the fight against breast cancer. So my journey as a president of ASI began precisely 10 months ago, and I had a single-minded goal to ensure creative leadership and accountable governance, which has been my mantra from day one. This is an editorial that has been published in the Indian Journal of Surgery, and I'm told that this is the most accessed editorial ever since the IJS has come into being. I'm very, very grateful. My presidential year, 3 phases. The first 3 months, intense academic activity, where we launched a number of courses. The second phase, the pandemic phase, and the third phase is the intense online academic activity. So in the first 3 months, we have launched a number of these courses, which were held for the very first time. Some of them like the ASI Critical Care course, the ASI Communication Skills courses, ASI Basic Surgical Skills courses, and Anastomosis Skills courses. There were 15 courses that were held in different parts of the country up to January, from between January and March. And in March, it started off with a video interaction with our Honorable Prime Minister, and subsequently launching a one-of-its-kind major philanthropic exercise never before seen in the 82 years history of our association, nor has this much been ever contributed by any medical organization in our country. More than 1 crore has been raised from the surgeons across the country towards procuring the much needed PPEs, which were in acute shortage in the months of April, May, and June. In this context, I would like to pay tribute to not only to the membership of ASI, but in particular to ABSI, led by Som Shekhar. He was so generous. Not only have they contributed 3 lakhs, they have contributed 2 lakhs to be given to the Assam state chapter and the Northeast state chapter. It really, really means a lot, Som. I think you've really done a great job. In addition to this, we have also contributed to the Prime Minister's Care Fund as well. So these are some of the images, as you can see, of various people across the states, the chairman and the secretaries of the state chapter, and also the presidents and the secretary of the sections, who have taken a lead role in distributing these PPEs across the country to frontline healthcare workers. And thanks to, once again, here Som comes into the picture so many times. He's the one who has spearheaded this editorial publication that came out in the month of June as to what we should be doing, ABCs of what to do and what not to do. Thank you very much, Som. But for you, I dare say that this would not have been published in record time. I was very fortunate in many ways. I was invited by the UNICEF to convey public interest messages relating to COVID, and then the NDTV asked me to convey a message which actually was on national television. And subsequently, I was pleasantly surprised to be invited by several television, electronic, and print media. I've appeared on primetime television shows, voicing your concerns, voicing the concerns of ASI boldly and fearlessly. I might have upset a few people. I might have upset several people who come from different political backgrounds, but I did not mince my words. Where I had to say something, I was very vocal. And the third phase began in June when we resumed our online intense academic activity. This was a new normal where we started off with National Skills Enhancement Program and RRCs, which were very ably led by the Director for Academic Council, Dr. Santosh John Abraham, who has put in tremendous amount of efforts, ably supported by our Vice President, Dr. Abhay Dalvi. And this intense academic activity, I'm sure, will seamlessly transition to our ESICON, which is going to happen later on in the year. This will be a conference like never before, the first ever virtual national conference in 5 parallel halls spread over 3 days between 17th to the 19th. And those of you who have not registered, www.esicon2020.com. Please do register. This is your conference. I'd like you to participate in big numbers. And once again, I, on behalf of the association, on behalf of the National Executive Committee, with folded hands, express my gratitude for this opportunity to participate in your program today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. That was indeed a series of astounding achievements which has happened in the last year. And in spite of the challenges of limited movements, we are very heartened to note ASI continues to strive hard to maintain normalcy as far as academics and the activities are concerned. Thank you, sir, for leading us through during the crisis period. Now we get into the official business with the permission of the President. Now, let me introduce the first session. We are going to have the invited oration. I'm happy to introduce the Professor T. Gunasagaran oration. Professor T. Gunasagaran, fondly known as Professor TGS, was born on 11th February 1949. He had his primary education at the Sacred Heart Convent, Church Park, Chennai, and school education later at Don Bosco, Egmore. He stood first in the PU exam from the Loyola College, Chennai. He finished successfully with flying colors his MBBS at Madras Medical College in the year 1972. He was the prestigious, not a yearly awarded or a special award called the Johnstone Gold Medal. This is awarded as a feather in a cap for most medal winners in the entire MBBS course at MMC. He won 16 gold medals during his MBBS course at MMC. Later, completed MS in the year 1975 and MNAMS in the year 1977. He was the first few batch of students for the MCS Surgical Oncology of the entire country from the coveted Cancer Institute in the year 1989. I'm happy to say he was awarded the FRCS by the Edinburgh College for his astounding contribution towards the development of the surgical science and the Indo-UK relationship. He has a glorious along the forts of ASI. He was the chairman of Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, S12 Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry chapter of ASI from the year 2001 to 2002. He was the honorary secretary of the National ASI from the year 2001 to 2003. He was the governing council member from the year 2001 to 2006. He is also a member of National Academy of Medical Sciences. He was the organizing chairman for the Silver Jubilee Conference of the TNPSA at Chennai during 2001. On academic side, he became a professor of surgery at a very early age in the year 1996. He took over as HOD and remained HOD for almost 12 years. He later moved on to the administrative ladders as deputy superintendent, vice principal, dean in charge, and he retired as the additional director of medical education and secretary of the selection committee. Later, he went on to serve the young college initiation at Theni Medical College and retired as government service as dean of Kanyakumari Medical College in the year 2007. He was and is a Senate member and member of Board of Studies of the Tamil Nadu MGR Medical University, Dr. MGR Medical University. And he is a member Board of Studies at the Sri Ramchandra University and Madras University. He was the Vice Chancellor of Meenakshi Academy of Higher Education and Research, and he currently recently retired as Dean of Savitha Medical College last year. He is an MCA Inspector, DNB Inspector for Accreditation. He is an examiner for MBBS, MS, DNB, and MCH Oncology for more than 30 universities. He is known for his excellent teaching skills. Many of his students' achievements are evidence of his contemporary and systematic teaching skills. Being an oncologist, this oration is instituted for his exemplary services in the field of oncology. The ASI Chennai City branch has fittingly instituted an award oration with the help of the Anderson Scans, who has kindly contributed the corpus for this. And now we present the year 2020 Professor TGS oration. Now I request Dr. Chandrasekhar to introduce the orator for the year 2021. Over to you, Chandra.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's our proud moment and great privilege and honor to read about Dr. P. Raghuram, today the orator for Professor T. Gunasekar in oration. Dr. P. Raghuram, amongst the foremost surgeons in Asia Pacific region, Dr. P. Raghuram is one of the youngest surgeons elected to serve as the president of the Association Surgeons of India for the year 2020, holding the highest number of votes ever and securing the biggest ever victory margin in 82 years history of the Association Surgeons of India. This speaks volume of his popularity amongst the grassroots membership of the association. He achieved the rare distinction of obtaining the prestigious FRCS from all 4 surgical colleges in British Isles and honorary FRCS from Royal College Surgeons of Thailand. He completed structured higher surgical training at Center of Excellence in the United Kingdom and subspecialty training in oncoplastic breast surgery at world-renowned Nottingham Breast Institute and Royal NHS Foundation Trust in London. The year 2002 was his defining moment when his mother, Dr. Usha Lakshmi, was diagnosed with breast cancer. The unexpected diagnosis of breast cancer to someone close to him, coupled with huge disparity in breast cancer care in India, becoming the turning point in his life. Much as his rewarding career opportunity in the United Kingdom, he returned to its motherland in 2007 and has been working with missionary zeals for well over a decade towards beginning about the revolutionary changes to the delivery of the breast health care in country that he was born and raised. Demonstrating extraordinary leadership in 2007, he conceived, designed, and established South Asia first freestanding purpose-built and comprehensive breast health care in Hyderabad, the capital city of the southern India state of Telangana. With a vision to make breast cancer an openly discussed issue and to empower women about the importance of the early detection of breast cancer, he founded Usha Lakshmi Breast Care Foundation, a non-for-profit breast cancer charity in 2007. Under the auspices of foundation, he championed the Pink Ribbon campaign, which is one of its kind large-scale breast cancer awareness drive across the southern Indian state of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. This impactful campaign spread through the number of innovative initiatives had a huge impact, translating to more women in the region being diagnosed in early stage and consequently improve breast cancer and find out the Indian solution that would serve many lives, particularly in rural India, under the auspices of Usha Lakshmi Breast Cancer Foundation. He implemented South Asia largest clinical breast examination-based breast cancer screening program in southern India, states of Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, recognizing the need to develop breast surgery as a distinct specialty in India. He gained support from colleague and has been major driving force in establishing the Association Breast Surgeons of India in 2011. This is the first and only organization in South Asia that represents general surgeons, surgical oncologists, and plastic surgeons treating patients with breast disease. He served as a founder honorary secretary and is currently the immediate past president of this association. In addition to publishing editorial and several articles in received journals, he contributed 10 chapters in 4 textbooks of surgery over the past 15 years. He delivered several oration, guest lectures, and equally conducted various symposia, panel discussion of various aspects of breast disease at national and international meetings. To honor his presenting work, which has transformed breast healthcare in India, he delivered the most prestigious Pandale oration in 2018, which is the highest academic honor that can be achieved by a surgeon practicing in India. He achieved the unique distinction to be conferred the International Gold Medal by the Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh in 2013, which is the highest award that the college below bestowed to the surgeons practicing outside the United Kingdom. He is the youngest ever recipients of the covered honor in 515 years history of the oldest surgical college in the world. In recognition of its outstanding academic that record involving the initiatives that have transformed breast healthcare in India and significant social service in adopted village, he was conferred the prestigious Padma Shri by Honorable President of India in 2015, making him one of the youngest surgeons in India to have been also one of the youngest doctors from India to have been conferred the Dr. P.C. Roy National Award by Honorable President of India for the year 2016, which is the highest recognition that is achieved by the doctor practicing medicine in India. So it's our honor to invite our Dr. P. Raghuram, the President of Association Surgeons of India, to deliver the today oration to Chennai City branch. Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Chandrasekhar. Professor Raghuram, please.
Thank you very much, Chandra, for this very kind introduction. One minor correction. The immediate past president of ABSI is another dear friend, Diptendra Sarkar. So I bring greetings once again from our association. And I'd like to pay tribute to Professor Gunasagaran, whom I have known for a long time. When my father was very active in the association, Professor Gunasagaran was a very active member of the National Executive Committee. He served as the honorary secretary of the association. He brought in a number of changes, and really it's a great honor and a privilege and a God-given opportunity to be delivering an oration which has been instituted in his name. I also like to begin by making a statement that it takes a lot of courage to show your dreams to someone else. It may sound very blasé, it may sound arrogant also to some, but surely if you read this sentence, it really requires a lot of courage to show your dreams to somebody. And I'd like to pay tribute to my parents. Without them, I would not be addressing you this afternoon. And as they say, everything begins with a story. And my real story began when my mother was diagnosed with breast cancer. When I was working in the UK, realized that because of lack of awareness and absence of a screening program, more than 60% present in the advanced stages. And every 10 minutes, a woman succumbs to breast cancer. This is a common scenario in our country, even in Hyderabad, or for that matter in Chennai. This lady comes from an affluent family, and this is a locally advanced breast cancer. This is a very common presentation we see. And that's why I realized it was time for change, and lock, stock, and barrel, my family and me moved to India in 2007 with a vision. And for the purposes of this oration, I shall only focus on advocacy and screening issues. So the Usha Lakshmi Breast Cancer Foundation was formed, which has my mother's name attached to it. And there are 3 phases of the foundation. The first 5 years spent in priming the community, the second 5 years in implementing a screening program, and the third 5 years, which we are in currently, is to reach out to the community through innovative initiatives. So in the first 5 years, what did we do as a foundation? Advocacy. Breast cancer is a closet issue in our country, and because of which, more than 60% present in the advanced stages. And I knew that there was an urgent need to disrupt this attitude. And so the foundation was formed to create awareness, to reach out to the community and support survivors. Awareness, awareness, and awareness is the key for early detection. And so when I came back, when I started going to various places, various offices to create awareness, there used to be 3 or 4 people. And today I can proudly state that if a foundation goes to create awareness anywhere, we have people who are standing and there's no place to even sit. This is the kind of impact that we have created. One of the first things I've been able to do is to convince Breast Cancer Care UK, which is UK's largest breast cancer charity, to partner with us so that every conceivable information relating to breast health is distributed, conveyed to people in simple, easy to understand language so that they are better informed and better prepared. And we launched the Pink Ribbon campaign in 2007. The Pink Ribbon stands for Breast Cancer Awareness. This is a Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Rather than me speaking, we got celebrity survivors and celebrities to participate. And for those of you who lived in the Bonniam era, this is Marcia Barrett, who actually had metastatic breast cancer, which actually spread to her spine. She survived it. She came to Hyderabad, mesmerized more than 2,000 people at Hyderabad International Convention Center within 6 months of my returning. And that's when people started sitting up and taking notice of the foundation. This is Gautami from your own city. For the very first time ever, I convinced her that she has to come out and speak. And she not only has to speak about her illness, she must get her spouse. And so for the very first time, Kamal Hassan and Gautami spoke at our foundation's event in Hyderabad. So this is the wife of the former US ambassador. She's basically Jeannie Mulford. She's gone back to the US and is the biggest advocate of the foundation. This is Pamela Yash Chopra, the wife of the legendary Bollywood producer, whom I'm in regular touch, and she's our patron. We have had people unconnected with cancer, like Asha Bhosle ji, Shabana Azmi ji, and many others who came and who participated in many of the initiatives which have been spearheaded by the foundation. The Pink Ribbon Walk is another such initiative which marks the beginning of Breast Cancer Awareness Month in Hyderabad. This has actually become a benchmark annual event in Hyderabad's calendar. This is a patient of mine who underwent neoadjuvant chemotherapy, and on day 1 with the drain bag has come to flag off the Pink Ribbon Walk, a walk that is used to create awareness, salute survivors, which actually the Chennai City branch is doing virtually later this month. This is a 23-year-old lady, once again from the old city. She fought with her family, and day 1 after surgery, she comes to flag off this walk. This is the kind of impact we have made. We started off with just 50, 60 people. Today, we have thousands of people who come forward and participate in this walk, which is held not only in Hyderabad. We have taken this to Warangal. This is Vijayawada, which was held a few years ago, where more than 10,000 people participated. Initially, I would try to get celebrities because it does attract attention to come and flag off our walks. These are celebrities, these are sports stars, these are politicians, and I'm very glad to say that today we have reached a stage, apart from this year when we could not do this walk because of the pandemic. A month before the walk, many prominent people from different walks of life call me and say, can we come and flag off this walk? That is the kind of impact that the Pink Ribbon campaign has created. This is the Buckingham Palace, the Tower of London. This is the White House. And similarly, several monuments turned pink in October in Hyderabad, the only city in Asia where so many monuments and buildings turned pink. So impressed was the governor of Telangana very recently that she announced that Raj Bhavan also is going to turn pink in a few days' time. And this will be a record because no other Raj Bhavan has turned pink in support of breast cancer awareness. So the breast cancer advocacy over a 13-year period, has it made an impact? Yes, it has made an impact as far as the city is concerned. And we are all aware, I will not dwell into this, that early detection saves lives. There is absolutely no need to go into further details about the evidence. And mammography, a high quality mammographic screening, certainly is a major public health achievement. And the opportunistic screening, obviously we don't have a screening program in our country like the UK, so it has to be opportunistic, where people were, there was awareness created that those who can afford a screening mammogram must present themselves to a center. And so we started off with a mobile unit in 2007, and this mobile unit went around the various places in the city. And what is unique to this mobile unit is it was done in collaboration with the Jarvis and St. George's screening centers. So there was quality assurance to what we did. The mammograms that were reported by our team were quality assessed by the radiologists and the radiographers from St. George's. So this was an international collaboration, and it was a steep learning curve for us. So within 3 months, between September and October 2007, we went to different parts of the city, screened about 950 women, and picked up impalpable cancers. We were also the first center in South India, and also the second after Tata Memorial to have acquired the first full field digital mammography system, which at that time was a revolutionary advance. And these are all women who presented to our center with early impalpable cancers, stereotactic core biopsy, you pick up cancers, and a wire-guided excision is done with oncoplastic breast surgery. So the oncoplastic breast screening has opportunistic breast screening has created the much needed awareness, and women in the city started presenting to us with early signs, and very, very early, who don't even have any symptoms. But actually, the 70% of our population live in rural India, where pink ribbon doesn't work. The kind of awareness that we have created in the city doesn't work. So you have to find an Indian solution to Indian problems, because mammography as a population-based screening tool does not work in India, because huge costs, huge variation in mammographic reporting, because we have very few breast radiologists. And the important thing is 87% of our population are under the age of 50 years, where screening mammography does not work. So what we did is we identified healthcare workers. We implemented a clinical breast examination-based screening program where we have been able to train these healthcare workers. We empowered them, and these empowered healthcare workers were able to implement the screening program in partnership with the government. So in 2012, we partnered with the then United Andhra Pradesh government. This is the chief secretary on my right side, the health secretary, the district collector, and everyone relating to health, because I did not do this soon after coming back to India, because if I had done that, nobody would have taken me seriously. I spent 5 years to ensure that the foundation primed the audience, primed the people, empowered the people, so much so that people both within the government and outside the government took us seriously. So when I sent a proposal 5 years after I returned that we should implement this, immediately there was a response. I was invited to the chief secretary's office to present what we needed to do. And subsequently in 2014, the Telangana government also was on board, and so was the Andhra Pradesh government. So the audiovisual aids were used to train the healthcare workers, and these healthcare workers implemented the screening program to underprivileged women between the ages of 35 to 65 years. And these are the healthcare workers, a glimpse of them in different locations who were trained to perform clinical breast examination. This is a typical village center, a community center, where this healthcare worker is sitting in the center of the community center. She's trying to educate people. She's trying to take people into confidence, demonstrating about awareness through the television, and then implementing the screening program. This is the secretariat where I had regular access. Every week, I would present the findings and basically address issues relating to any problems that the healthcare workers were having on a weekly basis. So over a 4-year period, we screened over 200,000 underprivileged women spread across 4,000 villages. and the cancers that were detected were treated free of cost through the Arogyasri scheme. So the screening program in the Telugu states did make a national impact when I was invited to be part of the technical advisory group, which actually confirmed that clinical breast examination should be a screening modality, and it has been rolled out across the country through the National Health Mission, along with oral and cervical cancers. So the population-based screening program in Telangana did make a national impact. And the second round, in fact, although this is part of the National Health Mission, we wanted to implement this program even more robustly in our state. So I had approached the Chief Secretary last year, and this is the National Health Mission Director. And we started again, second round of screening program as early as last year. And we were supposed to roll this out this year, and this program got disrupted because of the pandemic. And in the third phase, having implemented a screening program, we are now implementing, reaching out to the community through novel ways. Just as our Prime Minister has introduced the Digital India campaign, we have, the foundation has launched the world's first mobile app on breast health in 12 languages, 12 commonly spoken Indian languages. And this has information about every conceivable information about breast health. It's called ABCs of Breast Health. It can be freely downloaded on App Store and Google Play. No questions are asked, no information is captured. Anybody can download this app. And this was launched none other than one of India's icons in 2017. And I'm glad to say that a number of people, even the governor recently, the Telangana governor, has written, will be writing a letter to all the registrars in the 17 universities here, asking the younger generation to download this app. That is the kind of impact that this app has generated. Taking one step forward, we have utilized life-size augmented reality. That means I can sit in Hyderabad and with a touch of a button, for those who have downloaded the app, create awareness in my adopted village without going there. With the background there, it will make it appear as if I am there. So a good friend, dear Sindhu, has launched this app, and this augmented reality is now a way forward to create awareness amongst people, particularly in rural India. So in 2020, very recently, the ETV Bharat has invited me to create awareness through their app in 12 languages, and the various myths and facts and various aspects relating to breast health is being transcribed to 12 languages, which will reach out to 725 districts spread across 29 states in our country. So in conclusion, I'd like to state that the rising incidence and mortality and advanced stage at presentation is indeed a cause for great concern. The advocacy over the past decade has certainly disrupted the taboo in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh and created that much needed awareness about early detection. And screening certainly reduces the advanced disease and positively reduces mortality. And in India, a country like India, population-based breast cancer screening program can be delivered through clinical breast examination, not to forget opportunistic screening. We are in the phase of festivals, Dashara, and then Diwali is coming up. For the men in this audience, please note that during this festive time, rather than buying a sari, please gift your loved one who is 40 years and over a screening mammogram. We never know, many of us in this audience, many of our loved ones may be harboring a small impalpable cancer. And by this initiative, if you are able to exercise this and take it to a logical conclusion by starting with your own home, starting to try to encourage people to get a mammogram done by yourself gifting a mammogram, it would be the biggest service that you have done, that we have done to our nation collectively. And through individuals, through hospitals, through NGOs, in partnership with the government, we can certainly improve the delivery of breast health care in India. Can this be replicated in Tamil Nadu? Yes. If I could do it in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, anybody else with reasonable focus and rock solid determination will be able to implement it in any state. And just earlier on, I spoke in Rajasthan state chapter and requested them to do the same. And I'm requesting you with folded hands that some of you will take up this initiative and implement the advocacy and replicate the various initiatives that have certainly set a benchmark for our country. Once again, on my own personal behalf, on my mother's behalf, on behalf of the foundation that I represent, with folded hands, I express my gratitude to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Raghuram. In fact, now we feel we are just taking baby steps towards the breast cancer awareness, looking at the impact and the magnitude of the work which has been contributed by you over the last 2 decades. I'm sure we will tread your paths of guidance, and we will tread more eloquently to do a situation of difference, to pick up the women at early, so that they also have their share of normal life. Thank you, Dr. Raghuram, for your kind acceptance, sharing your wisdom, and sharing your experience. Chandru, please.
Thank you, sir. It's a customary not to ask any questions to the oration. So thank you so much, sir, for presenting this oration today for Chennai City branch. And I welcome our senior most professor, Professor C.M.K. Reddy, sir, for our today oration. Welcome, Professor C.M.K. sir.
Thank you. It was
nice to see you, sir. Nice to see you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I also see Dr. Bhagyam on the screen. Welcome to ABSI.
This is next speaker, sir. This is the next speaker. Next, Kanagvel, sir, we plan.
Please, Chandru, please introduce madam.
So, next we call Madam Bhagyam Raghavan for the topic of imaging for CA breast. What is new in 2020? Actually, Dr. C. Bhagyam Madam is currently working in Apollo Hospital. Is a senior consultant and coordinator since 1996 in Apollo Cancer Institute. Is interested in onco-radiology, breast imaging, and whole-body PET-CT. Is the Vice President of IRA Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry for 2016 and 2017, and is reviewer of Breast and Oncology, Indian Journal of Radiology and Imaging. She is the founder member and secretary of Breast Imaging Society 2015 and 2017. He is the founder member and secretary of Society of Oncology Imaging in India. So we invite Madam to present the update of breast imaging 2020. Welcome, Madam.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be with you all who are actually my colleagues and friends who have guided me through this journey of breast imaging. And there are so many people, so many surgeons who have encouraged me when mammogram was not so popular. I first would also like to say, when we first got our dedicated mammogram, we didn't have place to keep it in, and it was kept in the customs because there was no place. And now we have so many in the city, including the Kilpauk Medical College and so many other government hospitals. Now let's delve into the topic, and it's it's a great honor to follow Dr. Raghuram, whose meeting I first attended in Hyderabad, Tabar, who taught us a lot of breast radiology. And it's really an honor, and he has made things so possible. And he's so ambitious that he's talking about screening and talks later only about opportunistic screening. So I love the optimism. And now let's go into timelines in breast imaging. Actually, the timeline, as far as I could see, it is divided into 1930. It was the first time that the human breast was X-rayed. And and then from 1970 to 2000, we have screening digital systems and evolution of correlative and complementary imaging. Now, this century, it has exploded to 3D systems, not just dedicated mammogram, but in the developed world, and even in our own pockets of India, where we have centers of excellence, we have MRI, PET MRI, and all the other things. So it was first started by a surgeon who X-rayed 3,000 mastectomy specimens. 1913, Albert Salomon, he did an anatomical radiological correlation of 3,000 mastectomy specimens. And this is something that all of you all should, and me, should be proud of, that such dedication was there. Then we went on, medicine with industry developed techniques, and then we had the legislations which helped in screening mammography. And now, from 1970 to now, you have the various complementary modalities, and you do have the, 1 minute, I just get the laser print pointer on. Yeah, you have the complementary modalities, which starts with the digital mammogram, ultrasound. We moved into breast ultrasound much more quicker than the West. And then we had also the MRI, and MRI is there even in tier 3 cities. And the thing is, we need certain dedicated equipment. And then we have a biopsy system. Now, principles of modalities. If we look at various modalities, you have the X-ray mammogram, which is basically analyzes the morphology, density, and calcification. And just a newer modality is the 3D tomosynthesis. Depending on how and the angiogenesis enhancement. We had sonomammography. The greatest benefit in sonomammography is to distinguish a cystic lesion from a solid lesion and categorize. And Tom Starvoz was the person who classified breast lesions, just like how the BIRADS or the breast benign malignant lesions are classified in mammography. Then we had the MR mammography, which the whole hallmark of MR has been functional imaging, and functional imaging basically consists of contrast enhancement, diffusion weighted imaging, and then we have the nuclear medicine where we use tumor metabolism. So the tumor cells are very glucose avid, and so you are able to detect a cancer. Now, there are other ones which I would not like to stress too much on, but definitely we have to say that contrast mammography has come now, is coming into vogue to replace the more expensive MR. Now, you had the conventional mammogram where you had the film, and then we had the CR systems. What happens is the film is replaced by a cassette and a digitized cassette, and that is again read in a reader, and then once again you are able to read it on the computer. So this is a CR mammogram where you have the X-ray, the phosphor with the crystal, then it's again played on to a film. Whereas in a full field digital, there is a detector which is of extremely high resolution. And each of these pixels are able to pick up each and every alteration in the contrast or in the X-ray which comes from the breast, and we generate a digital image. So these are the examples of the CR with the digital image, the old analog film image, and you can see what a difference has made. You will soon see how full field digital mammography has helped. So everywhere now we are going into the full field digital mammography, because the Akron study of 49,500 asymptomatic women showed that digital mammography significantly detected more cancers. It is more accurate in pre and perimenopausal women under the age of 50 with dense breast. So basically it is a flat panel design with amorphous selenium. These are all the amorphous selenium which give us a lot of excellent spatial resolution. Okay, so that is very important. Now, it was just not digital mammography which really helped us. Actually, one of the main things in digital mammography has been that we are able to have the newer developments. Now, we know that the problem in mammography is that it is a compressed image of the breast. So there is an overlap of the tissue. So what happens is the regular 2D mammogram is compressing the breast like much, and we are not able to see the lesions very clearly. But what if we were able to slice each of this breast like a bread, much like what the pathologist does, and by imaging and then reconstruct these images, then you can see that this is a malignant lesion, which is red in color. It's hidden in the regular 2D image. But when we slice it and look at the slice through which this lesion passes, you are able to see the 3D image. So 3D image is nothing but an extension of a digital image, of the digital image. And what we are doing is, you can see the technique here. You see that the X-ray tube moves through an arc, and you have the compression plate and in an arc of 20 degrees across the breast, and series of low dose images are acquired at every 1 degree for 5 degrees. And then for 5 degree angulation. So projection images are then reconstructed into 1 millimeter slices. So this is something that radiologically we do the bread slicing of the breast and virtually do that. We are in the virtual world, so we are able to see things much better. And this has become because of the revolutionary computer technology, the detector technology, and also just like how we have excellent resolution of the TV monitors, we need to have dedicated monitors both for digital as well as for tomosynthesis. It should be more than 5 megapixel. And you can see the slices here. You're able to see this lesion very well. In 2D, you can see it here, but the actual lesion margins are well established in the slice 26. Not only that, calcifications are also well established. So one thing is they do say that you have a problem in radiation dose. We know that the radiation dose is much lower than 3 milligray for a phantom image. And and now we have obviated the need to do a 2D image, because with these serial images, we reconstruct the 2D image. So with the same dose, in just taking one sweep of tomo, we are able to get a 2D as well as the sliced image, so that there is the same dose, but we get the advantage of better cancer detection, less painful compression, fewer recalls, fewer biopsy, faster review. So when you are having the only machine in your center, I think it is a very good idea to go in for a tomosynthesis directly, so that you obviate the special views, the ultrasound, which is highly labor intensive. You need a doctor to go and sit and do it. And it is in a breast, it doesn't have landmarks like the abdomen, so it's a lot more cumbersome. Now, this was a doctor's wife who came with a focal asymmetry, extremely worried about it. And when you see the tomo, you can see that instead of the margins are all concave, not convex. And when you sweep, you will see that there is no mass and the lesion merges imperceptibly with the rest of the breast tissue. Now, here's another patient, very busy breast. You're not able to really identify anything much other than a minimal architectural distortion. And here, when you do the tomo, you do see the calcifications and the margin irregularity. Now, a lot of times earlier, when we used to have skin calcification, we had to put a baby or a lead marker and then take a tangential view to prove that it is within the skin. Now, with the tomo, we are able to clear this doubt. And this is skin calcification, which is seen in the subcutaneous plane. Similarly, a mass, which we thought could be here, you can see that here. And actually in the tomo, we find that this slice is very close to the skin, and that is where the lesion is very well seen. And this is nothing but a mole in the skin. So we used in our own results as early, we were one of the first people to get the 2010 our tomosynthesis unit. And we found that tomo really helped us in predicting the BI-RADS, in predicting that this is a malignant or a benign lesion much more effectively, and it increased our confidence rates. Not only that, in our study, we could detect calcifications. Now, the buzzword that is now done is functional study or tumor angiogenesis or contrast study. We all know that tumor vessels are leaky. rapidly growing tumors require an increased supply of blood to support their growth. And contrast agent preferentially accumulates in such areas. And here you can see that contrast enhanced studies offers a method to assess a tumor tissue because of the distribution of the contrast agent in the breast tissue. This principle is very elegantly demonstrated in the MR breast, which needs a dedicated coil. You should not do breast with a spine coil or with a bad body coil. It should be done in the prone position with the dedicated coil. And if you want, if it is a prosthesis examination, then it's okay. You don't need contrast. But if you're looking for a malignancy, either for screening or for diagnosis or for looking at whether breast conservation is a feasibility or tumor therapy, whether chemotherapy is effective, we have to give contrast. And sequences are more. You need a T1, a T2, then a morphology with a contrast enhanced, and diffusion. What is diffusion? Diffusion is nothing but the movement, the diffusibility of the water molecules in the tissue is seen. Now, what happens in breast tissue, in a tumor tissue, the cells are tightly packed. So there is very less diffusion of the contrast. This is the same. And so this diffusibility within the tissue is what is of the movement of the water molecules is what is calculated in the diffusion sequence. And whenever you find that there is restriction of diffusion, this is usually a malignant cell. Okay, so this is something. Now let's go to the newer realm, which is contrast enhanced spectral mammography. It is a new imaging for breast cancer detection relative to conventional two-dimensional digital mammography. It is we have now found that it has comparable sensitivity and improved specificity relative to contrast enhanced breast MRI. And CSM images the enhancement related to the new vascularity of breast cancer, similar to contrast enhanced MRI. And this is actually done very nicely with the routine mammogram. The equipment is a routine mammogram with the feasibility of a contrast upgrade. That's what we did. In my unit, have upgraded the system to a contrast mammographic system. And the absolute concentration of contrast breast is very, very low, even in a large malignant tumor. So this is the inherent, because mammography examines the soft tissues of the breast, which have very low contrast between themselves. Now, as a result, the glandular tissue, the mass, all have similar contrast. So you have to look for other changes like margin analysis, which is what happens in tomosynthesis, where you're able to see the margin very well. Whereas in CSM, we give a non-ionic contrast. Iodine in the contrast agent absorbs X-rays differently at different energies compared to normal breast tissue. So you have a dual energy imaging where two exposures are made. One is at low energy and one is at high energy. The low energy is a standard mammographic image acquired at 28 to 33 kV and X-ray filters, that is the rhodium and silver. The second exposure is made at high kV, 45 to 49 kV, and employs a copper filter. Then once you do this, you subtract the low energy kV image and the high energy, and you get the enhancement that is, what is captured is the enhancement by the tumor tissue. So here you can see we inject contrast, compress the tissue, and you can see IV contrast is injected around 1.5 ml per kg, a maximum of 150 ml is given. We use a pressure injector around, and the concentration of the iodinated contrast should be 250 to 300, and we use a saline flush. Then two exposures are made in rapid sequences, as I told you before, low kV and high kV. Then subtraction gives a 2D contrast image and repeat. So we compress the breast, take the CC, low kV, high kV, release the breast, take the MLO for the same side, then go to the opposite side, take the CC, MLO and all that. And then you take a delayed image also. So imaging window ends after 8 minutes due to contrast redistribution. So this is the way we take it, low kV image, high kV image. You're not really able to distinguish this. But what happens is in the high kV image, when you do a post-injection low kV, this is pre-injection low kV, which is like a routine mammogram. This is the post-injection low kV, which is the contrast mammogram. Then you do a high kV image. That image doesn't come on the monitor. That what happens, that image is this image is subtracted from that image, and what you see on the monitor or on the machine is the post-injected subtracted image showing the contrast enhancement. Similarly, this is another lesion where the speculated lesion is kind of masked completely by the dense tissue in the 2D mammogram. This is the contrast enhanced mammogram. Tomo slices, you're able to see the speculation, but in contrast mammography, we are able to really see it lighting up, and we are very sure that this is a malignancy. So indications for CESM, I think it stands on its own, but still we would like to say that it is a poor woman's MRI simply because we are not able to get extra details like we get in MRI, and but it is very easy to evaluate breasts that are difficult to interpret with mammography, especially dense breasts. It is good to evaluate extent of disease, identify potentially undetected malignancies, multifocality, bilaterality, nuchal cancers. Problem-solving tool for suspicious lesions and calcifications, because if they are enhancing, you can say that this is more in favor of malignancy, just like MR. And it is guide to a biopsy. You can easily use this technique to do a mammographically guided biopsy, because you can mimic the position much better, whereas MR, it's much more costlier and cumbersome. So this can be an alternative for high-risk screening, particularly in our population, where we have a slightly higher risk, where younger women are involved with breast cancer. Imaging patients who have contraindicated for MRI, particularly the claustrophobic patient, and it is useful to analyze the effectiveness of drug therapy. The contrast acquisition has 1.5 times the dose of the normal mammogram. But we have a new system where we just don't do the 2D, the immediate post-contrast image, which is the actual image from which we subtract from the contrast image, that is taken as the regular 2D image. I can just show you that. This is the pre-injection. This is the immediate post-injection, which we take it as the regular 2D. Then this is the contrast image, so we are able to see the lesion. You can combine this image with the tomographic image, and this can be a regular tomo image and a reconstructed image. So you can do a CED plus 3D tomo exam, that is the extra addition from 3D, is typically is 1.2 times a normal 2D mammogram. So this plus 1.5 maybe is there, but it is better than an MRI, which makes it much more cost effective because of its cost effectiveness. Now, this is the standard of care. So far, this is slowly becoming a standard of care. You can image, you have to do each breast one by one and each view one by one. We have not yet got a method to measure tracer kinetics. It uses contrast, both use contrast. Risk of adverse reaction is there, both, but particularly here, because it is iodinated, we have to take a proper consent, and you image both breasts in one. No, you can't do that. Equipment costs are much lower, short procedure time, and you can see the image in the contrast mammogram as a negative artifact. Now, this is a 72-year-old female lady who came with a lump in the left breast. Now, this lump is very obvious. You can see the contrast, but here, lo and behold, you see in the right breast, a small speculated lesion which was not really well seen in the routine mammogram. So this made a difference to how this patient was managed. Now, there are a few more other things I want to just touch on is elastographic image. This just uses the principle of elasticity of a normal tissue vis-a-vis a tumor image. And this is an age-old technique, as old as it was during Hippocrates' time. And we have studied it in Das and Bailey and Love. So whenever you have, what happens is the patient's heart is what detects the subtle motion differences. And if you have a malignant mass, just like the badam here, this will not move relative to the surrounding breast. So this non-movement is what is captured in the elasticity imaging, which uses the same probe. It is something like a Doppler probe. It uses the same ultrasound probe, and the small movement is captured, and we have typical images. Now, usually a malignant mass will have these desmoplastic reaction and tumor infiltration. So the elasticity image is usually larger, whereas a fibroadenoma, which has a pseudo capsule, which looks smaller. Cysts have very typical appearance, and cysts are a big problem when they have debris, because we don't know whether it's a malignant or a benign lesion. And the same principle is very big in RP. Now, this is a patient who had two defined lesions, which when we saw in the elasticity image, we found that these were all soft, and this patient didn't have to worry. These were all small lesions, which we could not categorize, but elasticity image shows that these are all much larger. Note, all these are well below 7 millimeters, and TrueCut biopsy showed them all to be malignant lesions. And we found that even we did our own study, and we found that elasticity imaging is really good. Now, this is an ABVS. This is an automated breast volume scanner, where you have a diaphragm which is attached to an arm, ultrasonic arm, and the patient is made to lie down here. And you can see that there is a couch. The patient is made to lie down here on and this diaphragm is placed on the breast, and the probe moves along on this diaphragm and regenerates image. This is the workstation. So you have the nipple is marked in the breast, and then you can reconstruct coronal axial images. So this is how the image looks on the workstation. This is a cyst lesion. This is a malignant lesion, where you can see it's almost mimicking the histopathology. Now, there's something very exciting. Now, recently what has happened is BARD, which we were using, the clips is out of stock. So they didn't get their approvals from our country. So we are really short. But this is a new technique where we all know that radioactive seeds were used to for localizing. But these are non-radioactive, non-wire devices like Scout Magazine and radio frequency identifiers. These are easy to use, accurate, and they improve standard of care. This is actually a clip. This is injected with, this is the clip, which is, you have an outer needle and an inner sheath, and this pushes it into the tissue. And this is a detector. You have two detectors. One is a large detector where it detects this lesion around 3 centimeters. This one, you put it inside, this is a disposable one, you put it inside the breast and look for RF signals. So you can see this, the tag is made of a ferrite rod with copper wire antenna twisted around it. It is contained in a glass with a propylene sheath to keep it in its intended position. The tag has been cleared by FDA. The radiation MR or OT instrument, including the cautery, does not affect it. The reader's integrated loop, that is the large one which I showed you here, reads it at 60 millimeters, and the surgical probe reads it at 30 millimeters. The smaller probe is an FDA cleared probe, whereas the larger one, you can put a sterile sheath. It is not designed or engineered to be reusable, the smaller one. This is the localizer, as I told you. This is a pencil-shaped one, which you put it, which is a single-use sterile surgical probe. So this is what you do. Once you're able to detect it, you will get the proper signal in this, and you are able to know that you are correct. Now let's go on to the minimally invasive ablative therapy, where the goal is long-term equivalent or greater efficacy of surgical outcomes. Short-term total ablation of the tumor with negative margins are needed while sparing normal tissue beyond the tumor. Benefits are cosmesis, comfort, cost savings. And the various things are mammotome, which is, all of us know, we use it for small fibroadenomas, less than 1 centimeter. Focused ultrasound, even before fibroid ablation of the uterus was done, this was the one where we were able to really see it. Cryoablation, RFA, laser ablation, microwave, irreversible electroporation, all these are various methods of locally ablative therapy. This is the mammotome. It is nothing but a large 11 or 8 gauge needle, which is attached to a suction machine, and that sucks out the tissue, as you can see. Now, this is the HIFU, where here you have an ultrasound unit, and this is the one which is generating the ultrasound waves, which are ablative waves, which are much higher than the routine diagnostic waves. And the MR is used to actually monitor not just the morphology of the image, but MR also monitors the temperature. So once you know that a particular temperature has reached, the ultrasound machine automatically cuts off to avoid burns. So, but there are challenges. Lack of pathological specimen is a drawback of minimally invasive in situ ablation, and unless radiology replaces pathology, this will not get that popular, but it is definitely being used in older patients. Now, that is where AI has come. I'll just take 2 slides or 3 slides to talk about AI in breast imaging if I have the time. Otherwise, I will stop. Can I talk?
No issue, madam. No issue, madam. Proceed.
So, as I told you, radiology must replace pathology. So, unless you are able to get an imaging, we know as surgeons, all of us are aware that we no longer use, we use imaging mainly for hepatomas, okay? Liver hepatomas, if you have imaging findings itself, that is more than enough for us to say that there is, it is a hepatoma. Similarly, in lymphoma, if you find a lymph node and if you find metastatic deposits, or if there is a node and you found its lymphoma and you find activity with PET-CT, okay, in the bone, then you don't have to do a bone biopsy. So that is how, to some extent, imaging is replacing pathology, and AI improves this. But AI first was actually brought to increase efficiency, optimize acquisition parameters in terms of compression, dose, and volume. Most of our CT machines, most of the mammographic machine itself, the compression, there is a sensor behind the nipple which senses, and that is what cuts off the radiation once the adequate exposures used. And AEC, automatic exposure control, is something that's been used for nearly more than a decade. And so that has been used, but we are using it for detection, diagnosis, and imaging biomarkers. Now, artificial intelligence, the basic one was the calculator. Computer mimics human intelligence. Now, this is the basic artificial intelligence. Then we go on to machine learning, which improves with experience based on the known properties learned from training data. So that was a typical machine learning, which we can also see in computerized CAD, that computerized aided detection, which was not very popular in mammography. I have used it in my 3D machine, but I found that it was not really so good. But now we have come to the realm of deep learning. Machine learns on their own which features are best for computational tasks using deep neural networks, something like what the brain uses. When I am seeing something, suppose I'm admiring a painting, there are so many inputs that are coming to me, so many crisscrossing of wires that are coming to me. I remember Vincent van Gogh's Starry Night. I remember my sunset. I remember my, the most beautiful experience on my honeymoon, watching the sunset with my husband. All this gives you that final perception, and that is what is human intelligence, which artificial intelligence is supposed to replace. Now, traditional machine learning is, you had a lot, the doctor gives a lot of inputs and it is benign or malignant. But there is something called input plus ground truth, that is from lot of data, what we call AI, and then feature extraction and calcification is done, and then it decides whether it's benign or malignant, thereby trying to eliminate the human bias. So this is in a very simple nutshell, and that is exactly what the Google map, when it works well, does. But when you go into the small streets and you don't know where you are, that is the drawback of AI. So we have to know where to use it and when to use it and the limitations. Of course, we can use it like how they did it in Pakistan for Osama bin Laden, where they zeroed in at the exact place. But that requires superior technology, and we need to translate it to the ground reality. Mammogram is a good platform because there are big data sets. Ground truth, general radiology discrepancy rate is 2 to 30%, whereas we don't have that. Binary outcomes are what we expect in mammogram. Whether, as a surgeon, a clinician wants to know whether it's benign or malignant. He doesn't care whether it's BI-RADS 3, 4A or not. What should I do? And tangible clinical impact is needed, then only will it reduce mortality. AI could solve some problems as workforce and risk stratification. AI could overcome problems with high workload and newer technologies, improve patient outcomes by 30 to 40%, reduce costs up to 50%. And good news is there is a vast increased volume of data, particularly from US and the other places where we can collect a lot of data. There is an exponential growth in computation, that is computer technology has really grown, and advances in algorithm design. So AI is well suited to repetitive workforces, managing large amount of data and providing another layer of decision or support to mitigate errors. Now, this is a place where Dr. Raghuram was saying that there are very few breast radiologists who have the expertise. So if you're training your technician to get good images, you can send off. Now this is what I'm doing. High resolution imaging, I'm sending to you. Raghuram is there somewhere. Dr. Raghuram is there somewhere else. Someone is there somewhere else. So you are able to transmit data. So second opinion can be done. Triaging can be done. In the West, second reader is always needed. So that can be eliminated and use a reader. But autonomous AI has not yet come because computer has to approach or exceed human performance. Subpar performance if it is the only option. So you don't even know what's going wrong. Subpar performance, however, has been found in higher performing techniques where we need to fine tune our work. Can identify patterns, characteristics. The other thing is imaging biomarkers. Now, clinically relevant, what we need to know is not just whether it's cancer or not. Is it fatal or non-fatal? What is the management for high risk or DCIS disease? Reduce overtreatment, predict therapy response and prognosis, and finally lead to personalized medicine. Possibility of advance in the delivery care in a way that outperforms what human beings can do alone. So that is what is the aim of imaging biomarkers. Now, radiomics is done by combining radiomics and radiogenomics. Radiomics, large numbers of quantitative features are extracted from an image, and it's usually a digital image using computer algorithms correlated with various data, example, patient characteristics, outcomes, pooled and large-scale analysis to create a decision support models. Radiogenomics is when the data is combined with genetic data. How many, and I know this has to work because your A320, so many of your flights are not manned by the pilot. It is the computer, which is a big console, much like what you see in Star Wars in the airport, who is monitoring this, and you can see some of it when you want to see your flight details from the ground. So AI can identify, and there are many results in this, like there's large amount of data, workforce crisis is there, need to do more, and digital learning has the potential to increase accuracy and consistency of the screening program. DBT, that is tomosynthesis, MR, radiogenomics. MR actually is becoming very useful. AI has been really used in MR, and we ourselves used certain parameters to see whether it is what kind of subtype it is with the MR data. So it is very good for that. And radiogenomics are the area for digital learning tools. So these are all the various papers that have found, and McKinney, he found an equivalent performance, and the workload was reduced by 88%. So do I have to fear about it? Not really, because just like how 10 years ago, computers was the greatest thing that people used to do, and now we've gone back to mechanical engineering. So also human beings will find things which will have more value for them. So challenges are data. How do we collect data? How do we do it without compromising? For that, you need to have regulation. There must be ethical practices, trust, and who monitors this? And training and education should be there, job opportunities, but we cannot replace everything with AI and then reduce. In a country like ours, where we have so many technologies, where skill-based labor is very important, we must think of these things. So how can we make robust AI systems that they do what we want without crushing, malfunctioning, or getting hacked? How can we update a legal system to be more fair, efficient, and to keep pace with the rapidly change of landscape? How can we grow our prosperity through automation without leaving people lacking income or purpose? And that is what has happened during COVID-19, where we have become to some extent lacking in not so much income. Okay, income is okay, but purpose. The more we rely on technology, the more important it becomes that it's robust, trustworthy, doing what we want to do. So artificial intelligence, all aspects you can see in ultrasound, reading time, radiomics, radiogenomics, breast density, MR, including clinical outcomes, contrast mammogram, molecular subtyping is used. So the benefits are huge. And it opens new avenues of research, and optimum treatment strategy identifies drug resistance. Radiomics, I also want to tell you that what we do in radiomics is we collect the data, that is the entire computer data. Like I showed you that 2D screen, all that is calculated as attenuation values, diffusion values, T2 values, or even X-ray values. Now that is read, and then many things are plotted. So you take multiple cases of DCIS and you find out what is the pattern of density, what are the attenuation values, what is this kurtosis or the variation, what is the skewness of the curve. Just like that, that is what is plotted. It is something like what the finance companies do to predict your models for financing.
Madam, I think we kindly close, madam.
Yeah, so this is what it is. So finally, theranostics is something we need to do. And I can show you that finally you use biomarkers and image-based guidance system. So finally, this is what from breast imaging, you have ultrasound, X-ray, and MRI. And then you have the new computer lady, Sophie, who is the AI specialist. And then we ablate the tissue using your lab. So intelligence is the ability to change, as told by Stephen Hawking. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, madam. Thank you for your elaborate and extensive update knowledge about the breast imaging. And madam, thank you for accepting our invitation. Once you call a week back, immediately you would accept for our academic function. So thanks a lot, madam. Thanks a lot. We are running short of time. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry, I went a little over, but okay. I got lost with the AI. Okay.
So we're going for next topic. So next, the topic on incisions, the BCS, the breast conservative surgeries, and there is a central lymph node biopsy by our Professor Tendra K. Sarkar, the immediate past president of ABSI. I invite Professor G. Uttarakumar sir. Please introduce our speaker, sir. Please, sir. Professor Dr. Uttarakumar sir. Okay. Professor Diptendra.
You can intro.
Yes,
please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Yes, sir. It's a Professor Diptendra K. Sarkar, the immediate past president of ABSA. He was an honorable member of Governing Council of Association Surgeons of India between the 2012 and 2013. And he was the president of Association of Breast Surgeons of India between 2017 and 2019. And he is the founder secretary of Association of the Asian Society of Mastology. He is the examiner of National Board of Examinations, Royal College of Surgeons of Edinburgh, and with various undergraduate and postgraduate universities of India. He is a visiting professor at Mayo Clinic, Roasted, USA. I invite Professor Diptendra Sarkar ji for giving his talk today our ASA Chennai City branch. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Diptendra sir.
Thank you very much. A warm good afternoon to everyone. I don't know whether it's the best time to welcome everyone with the pandemic raging and the festival coming in, and we all are very scared and in a contradictory phase. Having said that, we must understand that this is the month of October, and it's the pink October that we all call it as the month of breast cancer awareness. And at the outset, I'd like to thank the ASI Chennai chapter and particularly Professor Kanagavel for inviting me to be part of this wonderful CME that you have organized. And today I have been entrusted to talk on a topic of incisions and breast conservation surgery and sentinel lymph node biopsy. And I thought it would be best to address the postgraduates or the initiators of breast conservation surgery and sentinel lymph node biopsy and how things are going in different directions. To begin with, the picture that you see on the screen is a perfect example of how ugly breast cancer surgery was 100 years back, though of course it did save many lives, to something which was bad and which continues to be bad in the field of modified radical mastectomy, to something where we go on to reconstructions, and therefore finally coming to a perfect example of how a well-planned and well-radiated breast conservation surgery can look like. So looking at the development of breast cancer in the last 150 years is a perfect example of the Clint Eastwood film, The Good, Bad, and the Ugly in the reverse order. And today the talk that I would like to cover in next 15 minutes would, as I said, focus on basic aspects of incision, breast conservation, and sentinel lymph node biopsy. So the core area one is incision planning. Now, if we have postgraduates who are sitting today across their computers or their mobile phones and looking at the perfect example of a very well delineated, proven case of fibroadenoma situated in the upper outer quadrant. And when I started my training, I was told by my professor that it is extremely important to preserve the ducts of the breast. So the best laid plan of incision would be a radial one. And if you make a radial incision, you are not going to destroy any of the ducts, and breastfeeding will not be a major issue in the future. So based on that, I have actually done hundreds of fibroadenoma during my training period, making incisions like that. That was 2.5 decades back. Now today, it is perfectly proven that these sort of incisions are perfectly condemned. So nobody should be using such incisions in the upper outer quadrant of the breast. So what is the standard incision that is planned? This. Now the question is why you need to make an incision like that. Now in case, even if it comes out, number one, it conforms to the Langer's line. So it is likely to be a more cosmetic incision. Number two, if you plan a mastectomy later on, due to reasons, I mean, that it comes out as a histopathological surprise to be fibroadenoma, you can incorporate the scar nicely, but we still get patients who come to us with a wide, ugly scar which goes up to the axilla. And in spite of our best efforts, it's very difficult to incorporate the whole scar in the later on planned mastectomy, and many of them will require some form of reconstruction just because the scar was unplanned and ugly and placed in a wrong way. So guys, you should abandon this radial pattern of incision in these areas of the breast. The next is, if you're starting to begin with something called a simple mastectomy, what is the plan? I know my very good friend, Professor Somsekhar, is going to take it up. Now look carefully, what should be your incision plan? Medially, it should be at least 1 to 2 centimeter from the mid-sternal point. The reason being that if you encroach too much, into the midline, what is going to happen is there is a possibility of a very ugly keloid. On the lateral aspect, you should try to complete it along the anterior axillary line. That gives the best cosmesis as well as advantages in radiation as well. At best, if you find that the lady has got a large volume breast and a multipara, you can go up to the mid-axillary line, but try to go beyond that. If you go beyond that, you end up in having a scar which extends almost into the back. And so your radiation oncologist, if they plan to give a radiation because of this long incision which extends deep into the lateral aspect of the axilla, will end up irradiating the axilla even if you don't want to. So these are the two basic principles of breast lumpectomy and the mastectomy. With this background, we will move on to the next core area, that is breast conservation surgery. Now, I must pay homage to this gentleman, Veronese, and I had the good opportunity to meet him once in Oman, and I believe he used to be such a wonderful person. He passed away, and we also lost the other four figure from US. He passed away last year. But the concept of quart, which went on to the concept of tart and C-tart, is because of these great personalities. Now, what is the basic principles? Now, again, for beginners, you need to understand the principles of breast conservation therapy very clearly. If you remove a lump, we call it breast conservation surgery, but it alone doesn't have much meaning. It has to be in combination with radiation, and when we call it a breast conservation therapy. So initially what is being done, with at least 1 centimeter margin, we excise the lump and we call our radiation oncologist friend to irradiate the whole breast and put a boost in the cavity. That's the traditional one. Though my radiation oncology friends are going on experimenting to what extent they can be more conservative on the radiation and how can they be more specific on the zone that they want to focus. But by and large, everybody must understand without a combination of radiotherapy, it doesn't work. And if you look at all the evidences, the first evidences, the well-established evidence coming from Fisher and Veronese would once again vouch for it, that even if you do not combine radiation, it is likely to have an inferior outcome. Another important aspect that have happened in breast conservation is even a couple of years back, we were told that the local recurrence rate is 1% more, and that would in 10 years time transform to a 10% increased local recurrence rate. But as the long-term results of breast conservation is coming up after 2.5 decades, it is convincingly proved that the local recurrence rate is at par with the traditional forms of modified radical mastectomy, provided it is executed in the perfect quality control way. So for postgraduate and trainees, you must understand that breast conservation surgery does have equal outcome, does have equal local recurrence rate compared to its big brother partner, modified radical mastectomy. Now look at how you are going to plan the incision here. For the upper quadrant, it's very simple. The basic theme would be to conform to the Langer's line. And therefore, as you see, these sort of incisions are very good. And even if you plan to do a mastectomy because of recurrent positive margins, then this serves your purpose. But it's not the same when you go to the lower quadrant. In the lower quadrant, if you try to make such incisions, they usually end up in a bad big deformity. And in the lower quadrant, therefore, such incisions play a more or a better cosmetic outcome. So remember, trainees, that in the upper quadrant, it is traditionally important to place curvilinear quadrantic incisions, whereas in the lower quadrant, it is these short segment radial incisions. I have put the picture of one of those early 2 decades back breast conservation surgeries. This is a picture in 2005, but the basic principle has remained the same. Now the complex incisions have come. I'm sure Ashwin is going to talk more about oncoplasty. Now look at this. This is a new generation surgery that have come up, which is called a round block surgery. Now what is being done is that we are removing this segment of skin in a de-epithelialized way. So if you remove it, the blood supply to the nipple is not lost. So if a tumor is placed somewhere here, you can make an incision here or deepen an incision here and take out the tumor, as you see from this area, without compromising the blood supply of the nipple. So the end result is going to be as perfect as the picture shows. And if you put a subcuticular stitch, we usually do not put it in the round block. Many people will have a subcuticular stitches. They give a long-term outcome extremely perfect. But these are complex incisions which somebody needs to learn. This is another example of a tumor where you can unfold it like a bat wing. And this is a modified bat wing which you can use to incorporate a tumor with excising a part of the skin and then recreating the breast in a perfect way. This is another typical incision that we commonly used, and this was based in the principles of reduction mastopexy. There is a large amount of training which goes into such incision planning, but if you can plan it, now look at this, this is a very big phylloid tumor, and you can excise it, and if you plan it, what you can do, if you look at this picture, you are going to take this nipple areolar complex high up. And if you can take this nipple areolar complex high up, you can have a perfectly matched breast surgery. Look at this. You have a perfect match compared to the opposite side with the residual breast that is available. And that is the wonder and the beauty of an oncoplastic surgery. This is another example of how you can plan a reduction mastopexy in a complex way, and you can end up in having a wonderfully symmetrical base. But that is an example of complex ones. But you stick to the principle that it has to be quadrantic, curvilinear in the upper part and radial in the lower aspect, and unnecessarily do not extend the incision if you do not want it. So this is the final outcome that he's going to have. Now coming to the planning of incision of the axilla, if you are doing a breast conservation surgery, this is our initial in some cases you can make an incision like this around this is the tumor where it is situated. Now you can also make an incision here, take out the tumor, and can even go out and take the axilla. For the purpose of trainees, you need to understand that when you make a separate incision in the axilla, it has to be placed approximately 2 to 4 centimeters, so 1 to 1.5 inch below the crease. It's not really on the crease that you make an incision. It has to be placed slightly below the crease. And once you place the crease, you can go inside and take it out. I have seen people using an anterior groove incision at certain points. And this is particularly important in some cases of sentinel lymph node biopsies. You can make an incision like this. Though, of course, it's 5% of the surgeons choose to use this. And one of the pioneers, one of my mentor in the UK used to tell me this is good. but I don't know whether he still continues to do that. And he had a principle that even if the axilla is narrow, you can go in very well, and the landmark of the pectoralis major is just in front of your eyes. But I would personally prefer at this point of time, even if it's a narrow axilla, to make an incision like this, where you extend the limbs upper and the below, and so that you can get a bigger access to the axilla if you have a narrow anterior and the posterior axillary fold. But as I said, the standard of care would be to make an incision something like this. So what is the principle of breast conservation? Number one, for beginners, if you are not trained in the concepts of oncoplasty, do make an incision directly over the tumor. Avoid any tunneling, because if you have a tumor here and you try to shell the tumor out through an incision from here, that is condemned, because you are taking the whole thing for a ride and you do not know whether you're leaving behind something. Number one, your radiation oncologist friend doesn't know that the tumor was here, you have shelled it from this area. So unless you are not trained in the principles of oncoplasty, do not shell out the tumor. Avoid tunneling, take a 1 centimeter 3-dimensional clearance, go for a meticulous hemostasis. Now look carefully, this part, whether to put in a drain or not. Now, a decade back, the concept was to create a seroma, and we would not put in a drain. Now the consensus is very clear. A drain is a mandatory must. You can remove the drain as and when you find the serous collection is less than 50 ml. And intentionally creating a seroma to give a contour to the breast does not have a long-term good cosmetic outcome, because once radiation is given, it becomes a devastation, and many of them will have a very thick indurated breast, and that's not accepted. You must have a very good orientation of the specimen. Now look at it. What are the contraindications? Now, I would like all the trainees to understand that these are the traditional forms of contraindications. Now, pregnancy. Well, it was an absolute contraindication. It's a past tense. Now you can do the surgery and take the radiation after the pregnancy is over. Or you can have the radiation so early that or in a window where the uterus has not come up to the umbilicus. It is perfectly safe to give radiation in that phase. Number two, multifocality was thought of as a contraindication, but presently again, multifocality is no longer a contradiction, because it is along the same duct. If you are excising a bigger part, you can do a small oncoplasty and cover it up. Again, the concept of past chest irradiation. If you feel that the breast skin is extremely bad, then you might avoid. But by and large, if you find that the skin is not so bad, you should be offering the patient even after chest irradiation or collagen vascular disease for a breast conservation surgery. Coming to the tumor-breast ratio, with the advent of oncoplasty, this is absolutely unimportant. We can make the tumor disappear completely and go for a gastrectomy based on the marker. In the next panel discussion, we are going to discuss that based on the wire-guided localization of the markers. So tumor-breast ratio, which was thought to be a very important concept, with the success of neoadjuvant chemotherapy, also have made this an unimportant contraindication. Large breast, again, is an unimportant contraindication. So truthfully, these are the three contraindications which have stood the test of time. And I'm unsure at this point of time whether technology will be able, or our present knowledge will be able to help a patient if they have a multicentric lesion, if they have an inflammatory cancer, or if we have two positive margins after excision. These are the group of patients where it is unlikely that you should be continuing with breast conservation surgery. Now, the cavity marking. Again, you need to understand the tricks. Now, I have been asked by many of my trainees, sir, where exactly to put the clips? Now, you can put the clips after you've excised on the walls. You can put the clips on the pectoralis major muscle, which is a very robust static muscle. Now, I would urge everyone that you must put the clip on the wall of the cavity, because if you have performed an oncoplastic procedure, the whole breast wall is going to shift. So it might shift from the lower quadrant to the upper quadrant, or from upper outer to the lower outer quadrant, but the clips are going to move with it, and therefore the clips where you have placed on the cavity wall is the marker based on which the radiation oncologist is going to give the boost. But if you put it on the chest wall, the breast and the cavity will move, but the pectoralis major is going to remain in some other place. So the boost will be given in a wrong area. So with the advent of oncoplasty and believing that breast is a dynamic organ, we should be clipping the walls and not the static structures like the pectoralis major muscle. It is extremely important to orient the specimen. And I follow the principle of a single superior or a short superior suture, 2 clips on the lateral aspect, or a long lateral suture. I also usually put it into blue ink to dip the specimen. So as I said, again, for trainees to understand, a single superior or a short superior suture and a long lateral or 2 clips on the lateral aspect and dipping the specimen into blue ink is extremely important so as to make the pathologist oriented to the specimen which you are sending. The question is, what is adequate margin? Number one, while you are operating, you should not be visualizing the tumor. If you visualize the tumor, that means you have breached it. So the acceptable one is at least 1 centimeter macroscopic margin. A decade back, we have argued about 2 millimeters, 3 millimeters. Now this statement, the mid statement, have disappeared. Now it is negative inked margin. If the margin doesn't contain ink, it's a wonderful resection. So something which an eye estimation is a 1 centimeter macroscopic margin, and on a microscopic estimation, no tumor cells on the ink is something that we are looking at. What are the indications of re-excision? Number one, gross positive, yes, you are going to re-excise. Multifocal, microscopic positive, yes, you are going to excise. Gross extratumoral DCI, yes, you are going to excise. The only area where you may not excise is a unifocal microscopic positive disease. That is at a particular point only, there is microscopic invasion. In these circumstances, you put a note and send it to your radiation oncologist and ask your pathologist to reevaluate the margin. And if it is really unifocal, that's a good enough reason not to go in and re-excise, and your radiation oncologist can take it up. Coming to the last core area, the principles of sentinel lymph node biopsy. Now this, every trainee must understand why it came. It came because of the spectrum theory. Now Halsted told that cancer cells goes into axilla. There's a fight between the cancer cells in the axilla and the lymph nodes, and after sometimes the cancer cells go into would go into the system. That was the concept. Then the Fisher's concept came, it's like a leukemia. But the newer concept that revisited was the spectrum theory. It tells, starts in the tumor and then it goes into the axilla. Axilla is not really a battlefield, but it is an area where there is interaction between the tumor cells and the host immunity. And therefore, studying the axilla makes sense. And therefore, people have tried before that so many concepts, everything disappeared, and the standard of care became the sentinel lymph node biopsy. And this is the age-old concept, the age-old picture that we all know and we would love to reciprocate in any meets. But what is the algorithm for sentinel lymph node biopsy? Look at this, all trainees. Clinico-radiological evaluation of axilla is done and FNA is done. The FNA is negative, it goes into sentinel lymph node biopsy. Clinico-radiological, it is negative, it goes into sentinel lymph node biopsy. This is the standard of care, no confusion up to this level, and therefore we must follow this algorithm. What are the newer things and things which has got controversy and we can debate over hours is that even there is positive nodes to the tune of 1 to 3 nodes, we can have radiation. That is something which has to be debated, and as of now, not the standard of care in India. The other thing that has come is, I don't know what happens now. The other thing that came was marker placement. I mean, you have a positive node, you can put in a marker in the axilla, and then you can put the patient on neoadjuvant chemotherapy. And post neoadjuvant chemotherapy, looking at the marker placed sentinel node, you can take it out. If it is negative, once again, you can spare the patient of axillary nodal dissection. So these are the standard techniques. You can chew a blue dye or isosulfan blue. I use methylene blue. I have stopped using isosulfan blue. And if you want to start, I think methylene blue is the standard of care now in most of the centers. You can, if you have facilities, you can choose radiocolloids, and the combination is, as of now, the standard of care. Now, this is the technique that you all know. You inject peritumorally, but what are the changes that have come? Now, these are the options by which you can detect. Number 1, you can choose a blue dye and look at it. Number 2, blue plus hot. Number 3, blue plus hot plus anything palpable. Now, this is the newer concept that have come in last 4 or 5 years, that after you have taken out the blue and the hot, you find something palpable, you take that out also. You can choose to have an ICG, which we are using now, or a fluorescent green, which there are people, I'm sure Somsekhar is going to talk on that as well, and Dr. Anurag from AIIMS, they're using that. The Tata Memorial Group, Vani Parmar and Nita Naya, they would advocate using 4 nodal or lower nodal sampling. That also makes sense. But if you do not have this access, stick to the old is gold concept of level 1 to dissection. Now, this is how we started. We used to start by injecting around the tumor. This was the tumor, the peritumoral injection was given. And then you will make a small incision and take out the node. This is the streak of lymphatics, and this is the initial blue stain that you see here. Now, what we have done, we have shifted to this. Now we no longer inject in the peritumoral area, but we routinely inject in the subareolar place. It is at 11 o'clock position on the right side and 1 o'clock position on the left side. But there is the particular point where I would inject the methylene blue or the ICG or whatever you choose to use for that. Now, this is the visualization in ICG, and you see how wonderfully in a dynamic way you can see the lymphatics, you can see the node which is blipping, and you can take out the node under vision by making a small incision. So what to do? I'm not going into what to do. Number 1, the concept that you can start in your own institute is buy up the specimen and go for an imprint cytology if you do not have facilities for frozen section. Now, you can have an imprint cytology, and if you find it's positive, go back and dissect. Second, if you have a frozen section facility, you go for a frozen section plus minus imprint. If it is positive, you go back and dissect. But even if you don't have these two, that should not be a hindrance in starting a sentinel lymph node biopsy, because it is well established throughout the world that you can go for a delayed histopathological assessment, and if the node comes out to be positive, you can call back the patient and complete the axillary nodal dissection. But for God's sake, if you think that this patient merits a conservative surgery of the axilla, do offer that. And you should be trying to avoid by all means any form of lymphedema. I end my talk here, and this is the month of October, and this is our team at Calcutta. Raghu, myself, all have brought up this survivorship component. There is a large group of ladies called Disha for Cancer, and they run this show every year in the month of October. I pay my homage to these wonderful winners, the warriors who could make the month of October a successful month for survivorship. Thank you very much once again. Chennai City chapter for giving me the opportunity to discuss things which I thought would be very relevant from a trainee's perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sir, is any questions from the side, or are we going for next panel discussion?
Chandru.
Sir? Yes. Okay. Sir, going for panel discussion
we'll have the panel discussion on.
Yes.
As sir has some other commitments to carry on with. Chandru, please introduce the panelists.
Yes, I invite them.
Please introduce the panelists.
Yes. Today, the panel discussion is about the LABC, that is a locally advanced breast cancer, the multidisciplinary approach. The moderator is Dr. Dipendra sir. And the eminent panel, I welcome Dr. Bhagyam Raghavan, Madam, is a senior radiologist, and Dr. Bhavana Skari, leading medical oncologist from Apollo Proton, and Dr. P.M. Papita Devi, Madam, the Professor of Surgery from Tirunelveli Medical College, and Dr. S. Sarada, Madam, our ex-dean of Pudukkottai Medical College, and also our executive committee, and Dr. P. Satyapriya, Madam, Professor of Surgery, Government Stanley Medical College, and I invite Dr. Sunita Prabhakar, is a leading radiation oncologist from MIOT, Chennai. Sir, over to Dr. Dipendra sir for panel.
Thank you very much. And once again, I must congratulate Chennai City chapter for organizing this wonderful CME. And I'm sure there will be trainees who would be interested to ask many questions after the conference or the CME is over. And locally advanced breast cancer is the topic in question today. The reason why locally advanced breast cancer is the most sought after topic in India is because, in spite of the tremendous struggle Dr. Raghuram and Dr. Raghavan were arguing in favor of a screening program, India would not have a screening program because of certain issues. And the data suggests that in the West, whereas the survival data is 80%, in India it is 50%. And that is because around 35 to 40% of the ladies will present with a locally advanced breast cancer. And therefore, today we are going to focus on certain specific issues. It's not a very robust and open discussion. It would be a very specific discussions, and I want my panelists who are well-known ones and nationally and internationally, and I welcome you all. I would like to take you okay. So these are the core areas where we will discuss. I will go through the definition briefly. Then certain confusions about locally advanced breast cancer and large operable breast cancer. Then third, inflammatory versus non-inflammatory cancers. How to evaluate, how to plan treatment. What is the standard neoadjuvant to be chosen? How much is adequate? What are the options for surgery? Whether sentinel lymph node biopsy is adequate and should be offered, and finally adjuvant therapy. So these are the things that we intend to discuss in next 20 minutes that has been given to us. Of course, most of you know that this is the standard definition, and I'm not going to go into the details of this definition, but postgraduates need to understand beyond T's, N's and M's, that if you find a lady who has got a fixed lesion in the breast or a lesion which is inoperable on the grounds of fixity on the chest wall to the skin or to the axilla without any evidences of metastasis, is something which is a locally advanced breast cancer. And there is a large group of people who would incorporate large operable tumors, 7 centimeter tumors also, anything more than 5 centimeter also into the gamut of locally advanced breast cancer. So I would begin with the first question. Now, these are two groups of patients. These are completely different sets of patients. On the right, you find a lady who has got a large tumor, but it's apparently operable. On the left, we have a lady who has got a cancer which is fixed to the skin. So I would like to begin with Dr. Sirohi, Dr. Bhavna Sirohi. From a medical oncologist point of view, what are the evidences based on which you would say that neoadjuvant therapy will be the standard of care in both the cases? So Dr. Sirohi, please.
So I think in both the ladies, first of all, I mean, it would be an MDT discussion, but and a discussion with the surgeon whether the patient has operable breast cancer or not. Looks like the lady on the right has skin involvement, inverted nipple. But in both the cases, I would think neoadjuvant therapy would be indicated. And of course, the receptor status would guide the type of neoadjuvant therapy that we would consider for the patient.
Thank you, madam. Now, I would go to Professor Pravita. Now, based on the fact that there are evidences that giving neoadjuvant therapy to large operable cancers or locally advanced breast cancer does not lead to overall survival. Okay. Yes. So there are 9 RCTs in favor of that. If the lady in question chooses to have a mastectomy, would you still feel that this patient would need a neoadjuvant therapy?
Yes, sir. Especially the first one with the skin involvement will have a very good clearance. Yes, that require a neoadjuvant chemotherapy, which will give a good clearance. Even though the overall survival remains the same, the quality of life will differ. So the first one needs neoadjuvant chemotherapy than the second one.
And the second one, I mean the large operable tumor.
Yes.
If the patient chooses a mastectomy, would you still offer, is there any survival advantage to giving neoadjuvant chemotherapy?
The survival advantage is very minimal, sir, for a neoadjuvant chemo in a large tumor. But the margin negativeness, the negative margin, and but she chooses a mastectomy, no? Mm-hmm. Then no need for from my opinion, I don't think neoadjuvant chemotherapy is needed for the second one with a large tumor, since it has a large breast.
Thank you, madam. Now, I once again go to Dr. Sirohi. Let's start a small debate. Is that true in all subsets of biological subtypes, starting from a luminal to a TNBCs? Does this data extrapolate across the table?
So I think we wrote a paper on rethinking neoadjuvant therapy in BMJ a couple of years ago. And I think I was the only medical oncologist on that paper with Jayant Vaidya. And so I think you are absolutely right. None of the trials have shown an overall survival advantage, those that have given neoadjuvant therapy. But in 2 subsets, in triple negative and HER2 positive, what we feel is the neoadjuvant treatment decides upon the adjuvant decision making. It optimizes the adjuvant decision making, because if the patients have a residual disease, you would change management based on the pathological staging. So in these 2 subsets, I think I would strongly encourage neoadjuvant therapy in large tumors. But I agree with you, in ER positive breast cancers, maybe my threshold would not be so high. But I will also discuss in my talk that how doing some form of genomic testing, or Ki67, the poor man's genomic test, may also guide us in choosing whether the patient should have neoadjuvant endocrine therapy, upfront surgery, or neoadjuvant chemotherapy, or the patient wants to go for breast conserving surgery.
Thank you, madam. So again, for trainees, if you look at the evidence, the bottom line is does not improve the survival. But as madam rightly pointed out, a subset of patients, particularly TNBCs, basal cancers, and HER2 cancers, are the subset. Even if you find that the patient chooses to have a mastectomy in such large operable breast cancer, do offer the patient some neoadjuvant therapy. It helps in understanding the biology of the cancer better. So the bottom line that we would conclude is for luminals, we will not offer them if they choose mastectomy, but in other subset, it is mandatory to offer neoadjuvant chemotherapy. Now I come to the next question to Professor Sarada. Professor Sarada, now this is an inflammatory cancer. Now, Professor Sarada, I would like to know from you, what is by definition an inflammatory cancer if a student is asked or a trainee is asked during the exam? How does it differ from a non-inflammatory podorange?
Inflammatory carcinoma involves the skin and subcutaneous plane.
Yes, madam.
And prognosis is it is got a prognosis which is bad compared to the one which is not a non-inflammatory, and we categorize that into a section of stage 4.
Thank you, madam. Now, Professor Satyapriya, if you'd like to elaborate something more on that, the definition of an inflammatory cancer.
I want to add a little more. Actually, in inflammatory carcinoma, there might be underneath mass palpable sometimes, or sometimes we will not be able to. And the amount of skin involvement will be more in inflammatory carcinomas. Almost full of the skin of the breast will be involved. But in a pudiorange, whichever lobules ductal carcinoma is involved, the skin superior to it will have this pudiorange depending on the involvement. But in inflammatory carcinoma, the ratio of skin involvement will be more, and there might be a palpable mass also underneath.
Thank you, madam. Now, before I conclude on this, Dr. Raghavan, now in inflammatory cancers, quite often we do not get a well-defined lump. Now, if such a lady goes to you for a radiological evaluation, what exactly are your findings?
In inflammatory cancer, mammo is negative. Okay, you will not be able to get a good mammographic picture at all. So if I do a mammo at all, it is mainly for the opposite breast. Okay, and in terms of ultrasound, also what happens when you have so much of edema, you are not able to assess the mass. One way we do this is by going down in the frequency of my ultrasound probe. Normally the breast is done with the 15 megahertz. I will go down to 9, and sometimes I even use the abdominal probe to assess this, particularly when I'm doing a biopsy. But overall, if you want to know a good picture of what is happening, MR is the diagnosis way to go. And contrast MR is important.
Thank you, madam. Now, going back to Professor Pavita, now in such a patient, as madam has rightly pointed out, clinically you don't get a lump. Radiologically also it's very difficult to get a lump. How would you go for a diagnosis? I mean, confirmatory histopathological evidence.
Sometimes there may be the tumor cells will be present within the cutaneous lymphatics. That is the diagnosis, but may not be there. Most of the time, the inflammatory is a clinical diagnosis.
Okay. So again, if I conclude at this point of time, an inflammatory cancer is one where there is a sudden onset and presence with features of inflammation with extensive podorange involving at least more than 1/3 of the breast quadrants. Clinically, you are unable to get a lump. As madam has pointed out, radiologically also it is at times difficult to detect a lump. And if you need a proof, either if you can, as madam suggested, you can put the frequency down and get a biopsy access from the inner aspect. You can, in certain cases, go for a full thickness dermal biopsy, as madam Pavita has rightly suggested, to confirm the blockade of the lymphatics, dermal lymphatics, and then the ERPR status before you refer the patient to Dr. Sirohi for the neoadjuvant chemotherapy. We go to the third problem. Now, this is a patient, a standard patient, which would visit any government hospital and at times my private clinics also. Now, the role of radiology, what would be the role of a radiologist in this particular patient? Dr. Raghavan, please.
This one, I will do a core biopsy FNAC I will not do because your needle is only 2 centimeters. And already you will have thickening and puckering and you will not get the cell. Instead, I would use a lot of gel. There are some areas where you see here that which is all puckered. You put a lot of gel and go at it and go deep and get tissue.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Pavita, would you still advocate FNA? Yes, no?
Yes, sir. To come FNA.
Yeah, FNA or core?
Core is ideal, sir.
Core. Okay, I go to Dr. Sarada. You still believe that FNA has any role or it's clear-cut core?
Core biopsy is
Thank you.
Standard procedure.
Thank you, madam. Dr. Satyapriya, core or FNA?
Yeah, it's definitely the core biopsy.
Okay.
But if it's going to be a very old patient, like around 70, 80, sometimes I do depend on FNAC alone.
Okay, but if you do an FNA and send the patient to Dr. Sirohi for a neoadjuvant, will you be happy, madam? Dr. Sirohi, will you be happy with an FNA?
No, I wouldn't be. I mean, unless you can do ER at least on the cells.
Okay, so again for trainees, it is to be re-emphasized time and again that FNA is a tool which has gone into archives. It is core biopsy, and core biopsy. And if we do not advocate core biopsy and do an FNA and send the patient to Dr. Sirohi, I am sure she is going to prescribe one more core biopsy and the patient is going to lose vital time in getting an IHC before she can begin with a neoadjuvant therapy in this particular patient. Okay, now we come to the last question that we have here. To what extent systemic staging? What is the standard tool that we would advocate as a systemic staging? Anybody of you can take a question on that.
Initially, we usually routinely do a complete blood count and then we'll do a comprehensive metabolic panel that like LFT and alkaline phosphatase. If LFT is high, we do a abdominal or a pelvic CT. If alkaline phosphatase is high, we'll go for a PET CT or a bone scan in order to identify the site of the lesion. These are all apart from the axillary. This is only for a systemic staging.
Okay, now let us go to the systemic staging. The NCCN writes it is CT thorax, CT abdomen and pelvis and bone scan. Yes. PET CT may be done. Now I come to Dr. Raghavan. How would you rate PET CT in detecting small liver metastasis or brain metastasis?
Brain, it is not good because sometimes it can get masked, okay? And also in liver metastasis, also sometimes we, ultrasound, CT itself is not such a good tool, okay? We sometimes have often gone to do the ultrasound, but having said that, this particular guideline where we do chest ultrasound and all that, in India, we are using PET CT as a one-stop shop where we combine a diagnostic PET CT with the functional imaging, whereas abroad they do low-dose PET, and because they have fewer scanners. But whereas here, if you're having the option, we find it much quicker for our patients.
So a quick word, Dr. Sarada, are you in favor of PET CT or the standard NCCN guideline?
Sir, yes, I am in favor of PET because it solves the problem of getting all the other thing to the level of ultrasound, CT, everything. Instead of that, a PET is now comfortable to get the right thing.
Dr. Sumita, PET or NCCN as per NCCN triple CTs?
The advantage of using a PET CT is when we are going to give post-op radiation, that helps us to delineate the tumor. So, and it's again a one-stop where all the investigations are done in one investigation. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. So the panelist opines that the standard of care is triple assessment. Number 2, evaluation mandatorily is by core biopsy and IHC. And everybody feels that in India, we are more tilted towards a PET CT than the NCCN guideline, which suggests that it is not mandatory if you choose to, but PET CT seems to be something of the standard of care very soon, at least in India. I come to the next one. Now, this is the patient you have done, evaluated the patient. It's a triple negative breast cancer. One node was found to be positive and blah, blah, blah. Now, I come to Dr. Sirohi once again. Now, in this particular patient, which is a triple negative, how many cycles? 6 cycles or 3 to 4 cycles and then surgery?
So this is a young patient. She's 43 years of age. So we would give her dose-dense anthracycline-based chemotherapy 4 cycles and evaluate after 2. If she's stable or progressing, you would switch on to taxane platinum. So again, taxane platinum, you would give either 4 more cycles or the preference would be to give weekly paclitaxel for 12 cycles. Because again, you know, when we did the randomized trial with CLGB to weekly pacli, 2 weekly versus 3 weekly, the weekly paclitaxel was slightly had an edge for survival compared to 2 weekly and 3 weekly. So ideal would be weekly, but we know because of daycare and resource constraints would be dose-dense paclitaxel. So I would say 4 cycles of anthracycline followed by another 4 of taxane platinum or 12 cycles.
Okay. So Dr. Pravita, are you going to complete all the cycles before you choose call the patient back for surgery, or you are going to do it in between once you find it is operable?
Actually, I have to wait for the four cycles to complete. Sometimes it may be a complete response, which may end up in a lumpectomy or a modified radical mastectomy, which will improve the survival status of the patient and the quality of life. So I'll wait for the 4 cycles to complete.
Dr. Satyapriya, all cycles or in between surgery?
Actually, in between. So our protocol is to assess the patient after 4th cycle, and then we proceed with surgery depending on the response.
Dr. Sarada?
We usually wait for the 4+4 as medical oncologist suggested, especially in LABC, where the prognosis is good with the other factors, and then we proceed with surgery.
Okay. Now, again, coming back to Dr. Sirohi, will the policy be same in the to choose a sandwich or complete the cycles upfront and then go for surgery? Will the policy be absolutely generic, or it is dependent on the biological subtype?
I think we've kind of moved away from sandwich approach a while ago. The reason is if we are going to have adjuvant decision making based on neoadjuvant therapy, we want to complete all the neoadjuvant therapy beforehand, unless the patient is not tolerating well. So if you look at the CREATE-X study in triple negative, all the neoadjuvant therapy was completed before, and patients who had residual disease then were randomized to capecitabine versus nothing. So I think ideally the patient should complete, and plus you get an in vivo assessment of patient's response to different regimens. And if the patient is progressing or early stable, you would go on to operate early, especially if the patient is progressing.
Thank you. So the majority would be tilted. Again, I don't see there is a robust evidence except in triple negative breast cancer, where you have to mandatorily complete the cycles before you take the patient up for surgery. But otherwise, it is more tilted in favor of completing all the cycles and going ahead with surgery. Now, is the response uniform? Again, coming to Dr. Sirohi, what pattern of response do you find? Is the response like the ones that you have, or you find a scattered response? So in your practical scenario, what percentage of patients will have a predictable central shrink rate vis-a-vis a group will have a scattered response?
I think it's very difficult to say. Some patients may have a scattered response, and that is where you would have R1 resections. But most of the patients would have a central response. And I think that is where Dr. Bhagyam may comment on it. MRI has been very useful. In fact, in UK, they're doing a study where we're trying to see whether we can avoid doing surgery in patients who have a complete clinical response, and the tumor bed biopsies are being done in various quadrants to see if these patients can be observed, the NOSTRA study. So So I think MRI has been very useful, especially if the lady wants to go for a breast conserving surgery.
Okay, Dr. Sunita, now do you think that in your practical practice, do you think MRI has made a difference in predicting the multifocality of the lesion or multicentricity of the lesions in last 1 decade over the standard radiological tool? I mean, surgeons must be referring patients to MRI. Did MRI make a difference?
Normally, we do MRI only in case of when there is a strong family history and when there is some BRCA mutations, genetic mutations, or in very young patients or with only nodal positivity but no clear lumps in the breast. So we generally do not refer many patients for MRI unless in these situations.
Okay. Again, so if you look at the evidence, it's not very clear whether MRI is going to reduce your incidence of breast conservation or increase the chances of local recurrence. But I will show you some pictures to show that in certain circumstances, isolatedly, it does help. Now, again to Dr. Siroi, it's 43 years, TNBC is well led. Now, if it was 43 years, ERPR positive, what would be your plan? Does the plan change?
So again, the patient would go for neoadjuvant chemotherapy with dose-dense anthracycline and dose-dense taxane alone. So 8 cycles of therapy.
Madam, if I make it like this, HER2/neu 3+ and ERPR negative?
So dose-dense anthracycline followed by taxane and pertuzumab and trastuzumab if the patient can afford it.
Okay, madam, let's shift it to another one. 73 years, ERPR positive, HER2/neu negative.
So again, here I would look at the other factors, the patient's comorbidities, fitness, end organ function, and look at her biological age rather than the chronological age, and be guided by that whether we go for endocrine therapy or we go for chemotherapy.
Madam, what is your take on endocrine therapy in such age?
So, I mean, we've had some fantastic responses. There are about 6% PAT-CR rates with endocrine therapy alone, especially with AIs. So I think endocrine therapy is not bad if the patient is closely monitored. But the only thing is if you want a rapid reduction T4B, if the patient is symptomatic, then you would go for chemotherapy. But if you can wait for 3 to 4 months or even up to 6 months, endocrine therapy is not a bad idea.
So trainees, you must understand this is an era of precision medicine and every patient management is going to differ depending on the biological age, the actual age, the pattern of the disease, and therefore there is no single bucket solution. It's really an example of how a multidisciplinary team meeting and precision medicine is going to rule the next decade. Now coming to how would you respond? Dr. Pravita, my question is, you have these tools in front of you, clinical ultrasound, mammo, MR, and PET-CT. How are you going to monitor the response?
I prefer clinical and ultrasonogram imaging.
Thank you, madam. Now, if I go to Dr. Sarda, your choice.
Yeah, clinical and ultrasound.
Clinical and ultrasound. I go to Dr. Satyapriya.
Yeah, it's a routine to go with clinical and ultrasound, but it depends. Pre-neoadjuvant, whatever investigation has been done has to be repeated post-neoadjuvant.
Okay, Dr. Sunita.
Yeah, I would, if I have done a PET-CT, I would like to prefer, because even the systemic imaging can be done in a PET-CT. So you not only assess the loco-regional response, but also whether there has been any systemic spread during the meantime.
Okay, so PET-CT, Dr. Siroi.
So, I mean, I've worked with some fantastic surgeons over the last more than 2 decades, both in UK and India. And most of them, I agree with the surgical panel here, but if you're planning a breast conserving surgery, most of the surgeons tell me, please do the MRI after 7th cycle and send. I don't repeat a PET-CT. I routinely do not do a PET-CT in any of my breast cancer patients, actually. But I would do an MRI because that's surgeon-led.
Thank you. Now, again, for postgraduates, the option that we have debated in multiple, and what I as a surgeon have developed a sort of consensus amongst myself is that whatever you choose to begin with has to be the last investigation before you actually deliver the surgery. In between, the best possible way is clinical plus ultrasound. You do not spend on MR or PET-CT after each cycle of 3 cycles, but the beginning and the end must be the same. In between, ultrasound and clinical does make sense. If you're choosing, as Madam rightly said, if you're choosing in a locally advanced breast cancer for a breast conservation surgery, as personally, as a surgeon, I would always have an MR because I'm scared about the margin positivity. But if I'm choosing a mastectomy, it doesn't really matter. Even a good clinical assessment can do exactly the same thing that I would normally want to. So are everybody agreed that we need to place a marker in the center of the lesion?
Yes.
Dr. Sarda?
Normally, the ultrasound, the size and reduction is noted. Markers not usually done.
Okay. Anybody? I mean, Dr. Satyapriya, do you need a marker inside?
Yeah, if you're planning for BCS, it's better to have a marker in the center.
Okay. Dr. Pavitra?
Yes, sir. It is ideal to keep a marker which will allow us to know how far the tumor has been shrunken.
Exactly. So again, for trainees, if you are not planning a mastectomy, you don't need anything. If you are planning a breast conservation, it is mandatory that you place a marker inside. And today, Dr. Sirohi and the medical oncology colleagues are doing such a wonderful job that after you have done with all the cycles, most of the tumors have vanished and you don't know. You are going to actually go for a ghostectomy. And so therefore a marker becomes mandatory. Now, again, I come to the 8th question. Again, I will start with Dr. Pavita. In this particular patient, which of the options do you think is justified? Modified radical mastectomy? You can have 2 options, modified radical mastectomy with primary reconstruction, modified radical mastectomy with delayed reconstruction, and a breast conservation.
Sir, it is ideally depends upon the response as well as the axillary nodal status. If it is a complete response, then I'll prefer a modified radical mastectomy with the primary reconstruction. But I will have in conjunction with our radiation oncologist to what extent he needs radiation to be planned. It depends upon that. My reconstruction will be there.
Okay. So we are running behind the schedule. I will ask Dr. Sunita one last question. What would be the indications for radiation in a locally advanced breast cancer?
Radiation therapy is an integral part of the locally advanced breast cancer. So ideal indication is for a T3, T4 tumors, the size of the lesion more than 5 centimeter, when there is a pectoral fascia involvement, skin, chest wall involvement, and when there are nodes more than 4. But currently, the EBCTG meta-analysis shows that even in high-risk patients, even if you have 1 to 3 nodes positive, then you have to give an adjuvant radiation. So in most of the cases of locally advanced breast cancer, if you're going to do a breast conservation therapy, then radiation is a must. If you're going for a mastectomy, these are the indications like T3, T4, more than 4 nodes, or 1 to 3 nodes in high-risk cases.
Dr. Sarda, if I ask you this simple question, you take out every small fat from the axilla. If there are 6 out of 23 metastatic node, would you still agree to Dr. Sunita's views that the patient would require a radiation of the axilla even after a level 3 clearance?
No need, because an adjuvant chemotherapy there will be a better choice than a radiotherapy when you have done a complete axillary dissection.
Dr. Pavitra?
Yes, sir. Since we have removed all the axillary nodes, there is no need for a radiation, which will lead into complications like lymphedema.
And Dr. Satyapriya, what's your take on that?
I also agree with that. If it's going to be a complete axillary dissection, if there isn't any high risk factors, it's better not to give radiotherapy to the axilla. If it's just a 6 nodes.
So the surgeons are divided. If they have gone ahead with a complete level 3 clearance, they won't like radiation. Dr. Sunita, your rebuttal, please.
So what happens is we normally do not treat the axilla which has been resected. So if you do a level 1, level 2 dissection, we do a supraclavicular and infraclavicular node as a regional node because that is the site of next relapse. We normally do not include the axilla if an adequate axillary dissection has been done. But the next level of recurrence will be the infraclavicular and supraclavicular, and that needs to be addressed with the radiation. And of course, the chest wall is another common site of recurrence in the locally advanced breast cancer. So we treat the chest wall if a mastectomy is done with a regional node, which will be the supra-infraclavicular. And if it's a medial quadrant tumor, then we'll include the internal mammary node, especially the axilla is positive.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. So trainees, you just need to understand that if you have done a mastectomy, it's a clear and simple chest wall irradiation. If you have done a complete axillary clearance, it's a supra and then infraclavicular irradiation plus minus internal mammary chain evaluation. But if you have done an incomplete surgery, in that case, well, it's actually not the radiation oncologist who is going to take care of your incomplete surgery. So don't fall into the false impression that you have kept behind nodes and the radiation oncologist is going to take care of that. But if you have a gross extra nodal disease, as Dr. Sunita rightly pointed out, a complete radiation of the axilla is mandatory. I think I would come and end here with the consensus, which has already been laid, and I hand over the mic with my thanks to the organizers, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, panelists. It's an extensive, elaborate discussion. It's a very useful to our postgraduates. So all the discussions is available in our YouTube. So please use of it. Kanagavel sir, any point?
I'm just flabbergasted. I think I still feel that I've given very little time for the panel to cover up all the topics. I think it's a lesson learned from my side. I think no more these type of meetings should be limited by time for 2 to 3 hours. In fact, it is a lot of learning, and I could see Deependra sir, googlies are well taken by every panelist, and I'm sure you never allowed them to trip off their balance. That shows they're very rooted and their knowledge depth, and then application is definitely their wisdom and experience based. That's the ultimate message I'd like to hear. And also take this opportunity to inform that I had to swap the program for some administrative reasons, and all the faculty has been kind enough to accommodate my shifts in the last moment. Thank you, Deependra sir. Thank you for joining us in spite of having a very pressing commitment in the family. So on behalf of the Chennai City branch ASI and the moderator, Dr. Chandrasekhar, I thank you, sir. We still love to have you amidst us as much as possible. But I know your situation warrants you to be away. And I also
thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. For my pleasure.
Thank you, sir. And thank you all the excellent panelists, all the professors and all the consultants from various hospitals. Thank you all. We go for the next.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Chandru, please take over.
Yes. So next discussion is about that is the preoperative tissue diagnosis histology to personalized technology of platforms. I welcome Dr. Bhavana Srigavi, the lady oncologist of Apollo Proton Chennai. I invite our Professor A.K. Rajendra sir, Professor A.K. Rajendra sir, to introduce Madam.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Please.
Good afternoon. Hello. Dr.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Dr. Bhavana Sirohi, leading medical oncologist, Apollo Proton. Dr. Bhavana Sirohi started her oncology career at Tata Memorial Center, Mumbai in 1994 and completed training at Royal Marsden NHS Foundation Trust, UK. She is currently an honorary consultant with QMUL London. She has published more than 100 papers in national and international journals At TMC in 2012 to 2014, she set up GI Medical Oncology and Medical Oncology Information System for e-prescribing chemotherapy. She has been involved in initial setting up of cancer centers in Sangrur and Mohali, Punjab for TMC. She has piloted use of virtual consults using Chrome and Brave in London. Working experience, Addenbrooke's NHS Foundation Trust, Cambridge, Guy's and St. Thomas NHS Foundation Trust, London, Max Cancer Center, New Delhi, Director Medical Oncology, Artemis Cancer Center, Gurgaon, Head of Medical Oncology, Tata Memorial Center, Mumbai, Consultant GI and Breast, Mount Vernon Cancer Center, Northwood, UK, Bots Health, NHS Trust, London, UK, Substantive NHS Consultant. Welcome, ma'am. Hello.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Chandrasekhar and Dr. Kanagavel. I think when Dr. Kanagavel said I need to talk about this, I had to really think it through, because I think it's a fantastic topic and it made me really think. Thank you for inviting me. I really enjoyed Dr. Sarkar's talk and the panel discussion as well. So I think we have made a lot of progress in breast cancer over the last couple of decades, because we now clearly recognize the histologic subtypes. Luminal A, B, HER2 and triple negative, and I won't go into the details. So the emphasis now in breast cancer is that we want to have smarter, kinder treatments. That's why we are moving into precision oncology, and we want to actually de-escalate treatment in some patients. And the best examples of de-escalation are that we no longer use 5-FU in our regimens. We have, because it leads to more toxicity. As per the APT trial, we know that we can get away with only 12 weeks of paclitaxel and trastuzumab in some patients. We know we can get away with maybe 3 months or even 6 months of adjuvant trastuzumab in our patients. So, the treatment outcomes in 2020, I would say that we have a lot of options that are available for us, for our patients, both for ER positive, triple negative, and HER2 positive cancers. It's not one line, but multiple lines of treatment which are available, which includes hormone therapy, targeted therapy, immunotherapy, and personalized care. So I think as far as precision medicine goes, we are looking at germline variations, the somatic mutation in the tumor tissue. And I think personalized care is very, very important, which we mustn't forget. There are two groups, which is young women with breast cancer and older ladies with breast cancer. And Dr. Sarkar brought this out very nicely in his talk. What I do in my clinic is it's very important for us to have certain tools to be able to assess the patient. I always do a G8 score. And again, these slides are available for you to use. And I always do a chemotherapy toxicity calculator. So these two pieces of information lets me have a very informed discussion with my patient. It improves my communication because I'm able to assess if the patients are fit, vulnerable, or frail to be able to tolerate chemotherapy. For young women, I think these guidelines just came out this month. The most important issue, I'm seeing ladies in their 20s, early 30s who are not married or just recently married. Oncofertility is a very, very important discussion that we must have because, and again, you know, it depends on how much time you have in offering it to these ladies. So I urge you to read these guidelines. Molecular MDTs are the norm now because you have the biopsy, you want to sequence it at least in advanced breast cancer and early breast cancer as well. And I'll talk about various scenarios. So with the molecular MDT, I think it's very important to have the composition of the MDT. At Apollo Proton, we have it every Mondays at 4 p.m. And any of you are most welcome to come and attend it. The key person is a clinical geneticist compared to the other MDTs, which is very important, and also a molecular oncologist who actually helps us assess the molecular information that we get for patients. You can see that in 1998, trastuzumab was introduced for HER2 positive breast cancer. And we've had amazing success in treating patients. And of course, in other cancers as well, where you have point mutation, we have some targeted treatment as well. For HER2 positive breast cancer, as you can see, there are at least 7 drugs which are approved by the regulatory authorities. You have TDM1. So all of these drugs, except tucatinib and trastuzumab deruxtecan, are now recommended through guidelines in early breast cancer. So TDM1, we tend to give if patients have not had the PAT-CR in adjuvant setting. Neratinib, we give as extended adjuvant treatment. Trastuzumab, pertuzumab, we give neoadjuvant and adjuvant setting. So very briefly, I'll talk about the pitfalls and the and the upsides of precision medicine. Yes, in the lab, we have molecular testing, NGS, genomic profiling. In fact, a lot of my patients who come with early triple negative breast cancer also want to have it done. And like PET scans and PET MRIs in India are patient driven, I think. So this is also going to be patient driven in the future. So all of us need to be aware of this and understand the basics about next generation sequencing and genomic profiling, whether you're a surgeon, radiation oncologist, or a medical oncologist. Liquid biopsies or the circulating tumor DNA, again, it's evolving, and at least in GI cancers, it's being routinely used. And in breast cancer as well, in advanced setting, I can show an example if we have time. We're using it quite frequently. Targeted treatment, we already talked about. Pan-cancer drugs. So now we have cancer agnostic approvals, and I'll discuss this in a minute. Data mining, drug repurposing, again, is part of precision medicine. So in genomics, I think the main diagnostic challenge is you have all of these alterations. The challenge for me is how do you detect all of these with one single assay? You have so many assays which are available. As a clinician, even today, I am not able to find one assay which gives me all the information. There are some assays which are prospectively validated. So you have traditional testing, which, I'll give you an example. We do IHC for ER, PR, HER2, which detects the protein expression, but it can miss any alteration that is not known ahead of time. So we know Ki67ER, so we are able to do it. FISH, again, HER2, we do this quite a lot, but it can miss insertions and deletions. And, we have to know about polysomy and everything. Hotspot panels can miss insertions and deletions. And where I face this quite commonly is when I do BRCA testing in my ladies with breast cancer. I realized when I just moved to India about a year ago, moved back. So I had got a patient who was labeled as BRCA negative by NGS. And then at one point, 6 months later, we did her tumor tissue and I found that she has BRCA2 mutation. And then we went back and read the fine print in the report, which said that, the NGS can miss large deletions. You must do an MLPA. So then we sent the blood again for BRCA testing with MLPA. And yes, she was BRCA positive. So again, remember all these things because these are things that you will have to do in your clinics. And it's important we don't miss important tests. Common cancers are now collections of rare cancers, as we see in lung cancer, in melanoma, also in triple negative breast cancer. You have a luminal androgen receptor where, I have quite a few patients who are currently on anti-androgen therapy like enzalutamide and some of them are doing well, not all of them. You have immune enriched triple negative where we know they have increased PD-L1 expression, increased TILs. So they would be more responsive to immune checkpoint inhibitors. You have patients who would have the BRCA mutation or they will have a DNA repair deficiency. And these patients would be very responsive to something like a PARP inhibitor or a simple cisplatin. And also you have the PI3K, AKT, mTOR activated triple negative breast cancer where we have a drug called alpelisib, which is available not in early setting, but in advanced breast cancer setting. So I think it's each cancer is now become, all the common cancers are becoming rare cancers. So the impact of finding the actionable mutation is very important, as we see that the survival is better if you're able to target that actionable mutation. As I said, we have now tissue agnostic approvals. So if you have a TRK fusion or a RET fusion or a high tumor mutational burden or MSI high tumor, the patients are eligible to have any of these drugs. So you have you may have clinics which are, a mismatch repair deficiency or MSI high clinics, because those patients would be eligible irrespective of which cancer they have, whether they have breast cancer, lung cancer, or GI cancer, they would benefit from immunotherapy. Like I said, I still don't know which test is best, and we are learning every month as we go along. There are some of these tests which are prospectively validated. The challenges today for precision medicine are, like I said, we don't know which patient needs a multi-gene panel or a single gene panel. Obviously, the multi-gene panel is very expensive. One test can cost as much as 5 lakh rupees, which is quite expensive. And again, like whether you use 5 to 6 genes, you use 15 to 20, or you use 500 gene panels, and as the genes number goes up, the expense goes up as well. Whether you should counsel each patient about the testing and how to manage mutations, which we get in the clinic, which are inconsistent with the family history. Should we offer relatives testing for mutations of uncertain significance? And how do we counsel them about variants of unknown significance? As far as breast cancer goes, we know that genomic profiling does work in breast cancer, because we are able to avoid chemotherapy in some patients based on these multi-gene assays. So, we've used all of these in the clinic, but we have the most prospective data with Oncotype DX, but we have data for MammaPrint and EndoPredict as well, and prospective large randomized trials which have shown that there is a group of patients where you can avoid chemotherapy if the patients come into the low or intermediate recurrence score. I just thought I will point this out because this is very important during COVID times, that these SSO approved genomic testing on core biopsy. Normally, when we do any of these genomic panels, we do it in the surgical specimen, and it helps us guide adjuvant decision making. So most of the societies have now approved genomic testing in ER positive, HER2 negative stage 1 to 2 breast cancer, where you want to consider neoadjuvant therapy, whether you go the endocrine way or the chemotherapy way. And this paper was published in New England Journal of Medicine for the 62-year-old lady. It's just a case report as to how the recurrence score was able to guide the decision making. This lady was 62, had a recurrence score, intermediate recurrence score. And as per the adjuvant guidelines, the patient would not benefit from chemotherapy. So she had neoadjuvant endocrine therapy. I think during COVID times, this has been quite useful. So very briefly, I put this slide when I heard Dr. Sarkar's talk. So for PathCR rates, as you can see, with endocrine treatment alone, they are about 6%. With ER positive, HER2 negative anthracyclines, it's about 10 to 15%. But it goes up to 60% if you add immunotherapy. But again, there are a lot of downsides which we can talk about immunotherapy. So I don't think we should. It's ready to be used in the clinic yet. But with the anthracycline and platinum, about 50% patients will have a PathCR. In HER2 positive, again, you would see that about 50 to 60% patients, especially if they're ER/PR negative, would attain a pathological complete response. And neoadjuvant treatment actually creates an opportunity to modify treatment to optimize outcomes. We know that for triple negative breast cancer, the CREATEX study showed that patients who had a non-PathCR and who had a triple negative breast cancer had a significantly better disease-free survival and an overall survival as well, with a hazard ratio of 0.52. Of course, there are side effects and other caveats with it, which we can discuss if during question time. The Catherine trial showed that patients, again, with HER2 positive breast cancer who had a residual disease had a significantly better disease-free survival with T-DM1. So both of these have actually made into most of the oncology guidelines. And also, I think for ER positive breast cancer, HER2 negative, we saw that abemaciclib, which is a CDK4/6 inhibitor, led to a significantly better disease-free survival benefit in adjuvant setting. So, I mean, we may find this make its way into the neoadjuvant setting so that it guides the adjuvant decision-making, but it's not there yet. So I think the future model for ER positive HER2, the way I see it is that risk stratification may depend on the genomic data. Clinical features, of course, are very important. The ctDNA, the liquid biopsy may guide it. And if it's a low risk patient, maybe, the patient may just have adjuvant endocrine treatment. In high risk patient, you would go for chemotherapy. I think all of these are very important, especially the genomics, big data, and of course, patient engagement is important because the whole point of doing all the clinical trials is for our patients to live longer and do better. Like I said, the future, I see it as patients with PIK3 mutation clinics, HER2 clinics, rather than site-specific clinics. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Any questions from the panel?
Thank you, Dr. Bhavana. It's been a lot of newer things, which is definitely going to have an exciting change in that. I look forward that it improves on towards the survival and the quality of life for the patients with all this testing done. I have a couple of questions from the YouTube because they have been, I think, waiting for your talk to throw us the questions. They want to know what will be the role of neoadjuvant, irrespective of the stage, when they present with micrometastasis in the marrow.
Micrometastasis in the marrow?
Correct.
So that becomes stage 4 disease. So I think, I would define oligometastatic disease as if the sites of disease are less than 5. Let us say if you have marrow involvement in the iliac bone or any of the vertebra, but if the number of sites is less than 5, I would treat the patient with curative or radical intent. But if the patient has extensive marrow disease, then it becomes stage 4. The patient, depending on what the receptor status is, the patient actually continues on treatment forever unless they have triple negative breast cancer.
Point is taken. The next thing is, in an Indian situation, assuming we do not have the economics, as you said, it is more than 5 lakhs plus or so. In your experience, I think now you have been fairly into a large experience in doing genetic testing in proton as such, as well as your earlier experience. Personally, from your heart, are we witnessing a change in how we approach when we do a personalized testing, or still the gold standard TNM and grade-based approach remains more viable? Is the TNM being challenged by the way personalized medicine is coming up, ma'am?
I think completely, because like I said, I just had this patient who had bone metastasis and declined a bone biopsy. And again, with bone biopsies, it's difficult to, after decalcification, we don't know how much DNA and everything. So we sent her blood for ctDNA and we found ESR1 mutation. And with that, she's just on endocrine treatment with monthly fulvestrant injections. So I think it is definitely being challenged, because if you do find any of these drivers, and if you can target it, like we found PIK3CA mutation in another patient, I think it not only prolongs the life of the patient, but it also it really helps the patient. And but again, whether in first line setting, if you do a head-to-head comparison, like the Shiva trial we know in lung cancer, that it did not show that compared to standard treatment, precision oncology did make a difference. But if you ask me, hands on heart, I think it makes a huge difference. But the basic issue is the cost, and we need to bring the cost down. And a lot of Indian labs are doing great work, and you know, they've brought the cost down. I think we need to see in the future that they are able to validate their data sets.
And if I can ask you to sum up for the benefit of the PGs, yes, 1, 2, 3 indications for personalized testing when the patient is seen by you on your first visit.
So I think in early breast cancer, I hardly ever do it unless it is oncotype, where, you know, I normally do a Nottingham prognostic index, and if the patient fits into the low prognostic index, I do not do oncotype. High, again, no. But if the patient's NPI is between 3.4 and 5.4, I would recommend Oncotype DX or EndoPredict, depending on the finances. If the patient can't afford either one of those, I would actually request a simple Ki-67. I know that it's not reproducible. So in early breast cancer, that is the only time I do it. In metastatic breast cancer, I would do it in a patient with triple negative breast cancer. And to begin with, I do a targeted panel. I would repeat the HER2 and ER. I would do a PIK3CA mutation, and I would do an androgen receptor and MSI. So at the next progression, I would send it for NGS. But at first time, I would do a targeted panel if there were financial constraints.
One last question. If you feel the response is not as you predicted, either by the MDT or by the choice of medicine, do you think there is a role for personalized testing if we have not done at the onset of the therapy?
So not in early breast cancer in neoadjuvant setting, I would actually change the treatment plan, and if a patient is progressing, I would get the patient to see the surgeon and we proceed with surgery. But in metastatic setting, yes, I would.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Chandru.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Next, the topic going for our president of ABSI, Dr. S.P. Somashekar, sir. The topic is the modified radical mastectomy, the right technique. I invite our Professor Dr. M. Kanagavel, sir, to invite and introduce.
Professor S.P. Somashekar, the president of the Association of Breast Surgeons of India, is heading the Manipal Comprehensive Cancer Center at Manipal Hospital, Bangalore. He is the member of the MHP Medical Advisory Board. He is member of Board of Studies of MHP in Manipal University, and he is an adjunct professor of surgical oncology in Manipal University. Professor S.P. Somashekar, born 1st May 1972, is the chairman and head of the Department of Surgical Oncology at MHEPL, a Manipal Health Enterprise, and is best known for performing the highest number of complex robotic oncosurgeries in India. He is credited with setting up of HIPAC and PIPAC program in India and for heading the largest HIPAC program in Asia. Somashekar sir has also performed the first SLNB procedure in India and was very early to have implemented AI technology for breast cancer management. His CV runs into volumes, but to tell a brief, he was trained in the best of the hands. To name a few, the University of South Florida, Tampa, and then we have he later had training at Todd Cancer Center, Long Beach, and of course, he had the best of the robotic thyroid surgery fellowship at the Seoul, South Korea. More than anything, I would put on record the efforts and the challenges which I put to him in making a collaboration. And one important lesson is to make time for everything. And the moment we put forth the proposal, we get a prompt response from him. And with the CC mark to the secretary, past president, and the treasurer and the executive committee, that's a brilliant way of enforcing discipline in an association, which we learned from him. So everybody is tagged at day one, and he was virtually coordinating everything, and he ensured the program goes well. We would like to hear the wisdom of Professor S.P. Somashekar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for excellent, such kind words, Professor Kanagavelu, and it's my pleasure always And ever since we did a PG class with you and your team, a lot of people are visiting and asking in my YouTube to conduct more such program. Why I chose this topic today is I have about 300 operative video on my YouTube since about 40, and over 2 to 3 million downloads, subscription across the world from France, Italy, US is there, from various universities to my operative YouTube channel, which I have. But the number one surgery on that most visited is MRM. And I've put like 100 robotic surgeries, complex, you name a complex surgery, I have it there. But then I realized one day I went to Catharina Hospital in Netherlands, and for some other program, and then I just got up and I was introduced to Professor Somshekar. You people may not know. They told, no, this is his MRM video we saw and learned. And I remember when I went to ASCO, there was a Korean group which was presenting a trial, and I got up in the ASCO, about like 11,000 people were there. And I just about to introduce, and the guy in the dais, he told that we have made it mandatory to see your MRM video in our cancer center in Seoul University before they enter the program. So then I realized this is, the most popular thing is not something which is complex. Something which is easy, there is a lot of scope of improvement. So something which has got a lot of scope of improvement. So if all the students who are listening to this visit YouTube, Dr. Somshekar and MRM, almost 3.3 million downloads have happened. I given a free download access to that. And that was one of the live surgery I was doing in ASI. And as it happened unedited, I just put it there because I was speaking and very excellent senior teachers were coordinating from the hall. So I thought that I'll take this particular in the breast to do basic, because if a surgeon doesn't know how to do the general principle of a modified radical mastectomy, then no amount of further talking, personalized medicine will help. So I'm going to keep it very simple. Since I have 20 minutes, I can't run a video because that's a little long video. Even axillary dissection video itself is 20 minutes, but you're all most welcome to go to my YouTube channel on YouTube and watch it. I have taken multiple series of 100 photos at various steps, and I'll give you tips. Remember, I always tell as a teacher, this is not spoon feeding. You are in not LKG, UKG. Our aim actually is to show you the direction, the path, stimulate you so you find the path. We can't take you and spoon feed you now. So I'll give you good ideas. And I have put this particular surgery of mine on a APSI module. And I told you we have about 12 modules which are freely available, and a lot of courses, medical college across India, and a lot of association ask, and we give these modules and we run it through APSI and then jointly. Remember, this is something which is very important. This is not an era of maximum tolerable treatment. Don't bombard with maximum surgery, radical mastectomy, removing the muscle, pectoralis major, minor, going supraradical surgery without benefit. No. Now this is an era of de-escalation, both in surgery, medical onco, radiation onco. So now we don't look at maximum tolerable treatment, not that a patient get toxicity and run away, but the minimum effective treatment, but still achieve same cure rate, cosmesis, excellent quality of life, not compromising the oncological outcome. These are the three great people, we know William Halsted, NSABP 04. He told a very good surgery will give excellent local regional axillary control so that the medical onco and radiation onco can build up multimodality treatment and achieve cure. In case of estrogen receptor positive, for every 1 recurrences you prevent in the operated area, every one, remember. So out of 4, 1 life is saved. Suppose you have a patient who are high risk or estrogen receptor, then you will save 1 in 3. So local regional control is important. Then Bernard Fisher told, even if you do excellent surgery, even when nodes are negative, there could be systemic disease. So medical onco is required. Then the minimal access surgery in breast in form of breast conservation came, and sentinel lymph node in axilla came by Giuliano. So these are the 3 people you must remember, like how we remember NSABP trial. So this line, if you do radical mastectomy, removing pectoralis major muscle, these things stay above the line. No benefit, only morbidity. If you don't do axilla, sentinel node or axillary treatment, then you are below the line, dangerous for recurrence. So you must modify radical mastectomy sits on this exact ideal line, So if you read the Oxford textbook of breast, 1850 to 2000 beyond, the survival of the breast became better, but in 1950 it came down. In the history of any medicine, things improve, outcome. They don't fall. Either they're flat or they increase. It is because people stopped doing axillary management. And this is because people conservatively started just doing lumpectomy, drop stone, and then they went up in multimodality. So you can see that ideal line, Halsted line, aggressive surgery, too much morbidity above the line. Petty also above. Then the era of American extended mastectomy came above the line. Then the Guy's Hospital came, tumorectomy you do, it was dangerously below. Margins were low, axilla was not treated recurrence. Then Veronesi brought quadrantectomy, axillary clearance, radiation. This was just above the ideal line because we no longer do quadrantectomy. Then came the tumor removal axilla. This is below. So now we are at an era of neoadjuvant chemo, then targeted sentinel lymph node, and either a modified mastectomy with SLNB or a breast conservation. So this is where it's at. So remember, triple assessment, clinical examination, imaging, mammography in elderly, and sonomemo and memo in younger, and core biopsy are mandated. So everybody must learn it. You must know, every surgeon should know how to do it. Now, what are the indications for a modified radical mastectomy or a conservative breast surgery? Page 1, 2, 3A upfront if you can do it. 3B, 3C after downsizing by neoadjuvant technique. And the contraindication is if a patient refuses to RT or there is a multi-centric. Remember, when you all did, if you open a Grace anatomy, they say pectoral group, anterior group, posterior group, apical group, infraclavicular, supraclavicular. Unfortunately, none of them holds importance in a surgeon's hand. In surgeon hand, we have level 1, level 2, level 3. What divides this into this is the pectoralis minor. See, this is a coronoid process from which pectoralis minor comes. Pectoralis minor divides the axillary vein into various areas. Below the teres major, it becomes basilic. Here it becomes more axillary. Then once it crosses here at the Halsted ligament, costoclavicular ligament around the first rib is when it becomes subclavian vein. So in relation to this is we define the level 1, 2, and 3. And Roter's node comes in level 2. Now there are 3 types of modified radical mastectomy: Patty's, Akinklaw, Schondel. Depending on, to address level 3, you have to cut the pectoralis minor, or you cut and stitch, or you cut and don't suture it back, or you just put a loop and retract. Most commonly performed modified radical mastectomy is Akinklaw. Remember, any surgery you do, including a lap chole, hernia, sebaceous cyst excision, IND for breast abscess, a good position, good illumination, good exposure, knowing anatomy is half job done. There is something called as universal breast surgery position. I did my breast surgery fellowship in UPMC, University of Pittsburgh McHugh Hospital. The first day I learned when I went there is what is a universal international breast position. Head up, head end of the table should be up. You tilt to the opposite side. If you're doing right breast, tilt to the left. If you're doing the left breast, tilt to the right. Table up to your arch. Arm by side. Don't do hyperabduction. People think that you hyperabduct the arm, axillary clearance is wrong. Axilla is not a fixed structure. It's a quadrangular area defined only when the hand is in anatomical. And for the axilla, the anatomical position is arm by side, not hyperabducted. If you hyperabduct, axilla is distorted, teres major, subscapularis, pectoralis minor is pulled, axillary vein and subclavian is distorted. You will have brachial neuralgia and you will not end up doing a good axillary clearance. So arm beside. Posterior axillary fold formed by subscapularis and LD muscle should be at the edge of the table. This is called as international breast position. You do lymph, fibroadenoma, you do breast abscess, you do MRM, you do breast conservation, SLNB, this is the position. See this position. Arm by side, table up. This is the left breast, so tilted to right, and posterior axillary fold at the edge of the table. So this is called the international breast position. Second, incision planning. You see all type of caricature. Please don't put Halsted's oblique incision. We don't use that. Don't ever keep an incision starting from the right breast, ending to left breast, starting from neck, coming to the right hypochondrium. Remember, if adjuvant radiation is required, 1 centimeter around the scar is irradiated. If you keep a scar like this, you irradiate the right breast, so patient can irradiate the opposite lung and the other breast. If you keep crossing the midline, then you irradiate the sternum internal memory area, and you know that can cause more chance of MI later. And if you have an incision coming like this, you irradiate the liver. So please don't give this non-cosmetic, non-functional incision. A proper incision, if you're not doing nipple sparing mastectomy or skin sparing or no immediate reconstruction is planned, nipple areola on the tumor, encircle it. Removing extra skin, if it is not involved, has no oncological outcome. But you start encircling in a transverse manner so that the small scar incision closes comes as transverse. Remember, midline you should not touch the midline, and laterally you should not touch the mid-axillary line. Why? Incision planning should be in such that the final skin closure. Remember, after you keep an incision, you close, the edge of the two scars overshoot by an inch. Even though you're not kept the cut up to midline, if you are 1 inch short of it, the scar overshoots to left breast, and on the lateral end, it overshoots to the posterior axillary fold, go to the back, then irradiate scapular area, so that it doesn't form a band-like structure causing shoulder mobility, star contracture, scar, and no oblique scar. Even when you complete the whole surgery, see this, the scar has not even close to posterior axillary fold, and the medial end is not even crossing the midline. So the incision should be in such a way, the closure should be neat, clean, tuck. And we take subcuticular suture, so no need to remove it. So incision should fall 1 inch short of the actual marking, should not cross mid-axillary fold. So even when you close, posterior axillary fold is not touched, should be 1 inch away from the midline. So lateral and middle, and this is very important. Second is draping in the breast surgery. Upper drape is in such a way that where you raise the upper flap. Where do you raise the upper flap to? Inferior border of the clavicle, where clavipectoral fascia or the pectoral fascia ends. So the upper drape should be such that just as you raise it, looking at the drape outside, you know you reach the landmark. Upper drape is at the clavicle, where the beginning of the pectoral fascia. Lower drape is at 6th costochondral junction of where the breast tissue ends, rectus muscle starts, rectus sheath starts, midline is here, and here posterior axillary fold. So draping is half surgery done. So see, very important that you drape rightly. Now raising the flap. You can use sharp dissection, 15 number, also called as D knife, or fine tip cautery you can use, or you can use a spray mode with 36. Use skin hooks. If you don't have skin hooks, use syringes, 10 cc, and bend them with a mosquito and make your own disposable indigenous skin hooks. Use a good retractor to raise the flap. Don't pull the flap, lift it flap, and thorough wash should be given at the end of the surgery to remove all the floating fat. So remember, when you keep an incision, keep a epidermis cut. Dermis should be cut with a fine tip cautery. Find the white line, which is usually 5 to 7 millimeter below the skin and appendices area. Then uniformly raise. Don't raise a thick Pizza Hut like flap or multiple lipoma-like structure produced. No thin flap, so flap necrosis doesn't happen. No thick flap, so you leave breast tissue to recur. Thin, uniform, 5 to 7 mm flap running in the white line along with a traction, counter-traction until you reach the inferior border of the clavicle where pectoral fascia ends. So the whole breast is taken care. So at the lower end of the flap, you would actually rise until you go to the 6th intercostal space where the rectus and then the pectoralis major muscle intervene, and you don't remove the part of the rectus sheath. So the flap should be 5 to 7 millimeter, traction, counter traction, D knife or a fine tip cautery with spray mode, 30-degree bending with uniform thickness in the white line, such that see the flaps uniform thickness throughout. No buttonholing, no thin of the skin, no thinning of the skin, no necrosis, not leaving the breast tissue, uniform. Upper flap to the lower border of the clavicle, that is the beginning of the pectoral fascia, lower point where pectoralis major muscle, serratus anterior and the beginning of the rectus joint, and midline, don't cross it. And see this particular vessel, always keep at least 2 perforators coming from the internal memory. So second perforator coming from the internal memory supplies the upper flap. If you can keep this, flap necrosis chance is extremely low. So uniform flap necrosis, flap raising and pectoral fascia is totally removed. Now, how do you raise the pectoral fascia? Start from cranial to caudal. Move the cautery with fine tip cautery with spray mode parallel to the muscle. Remember, this is not a horizontal muscle, it's oblique fibers. So take a cautery and keep running from one layer of the muscle, and as if you're touching the muscle but not touching the muscle tangentially. So the muzzle jumps off, the entire pectoral fascia comes. Don't leave the pectoral fascia on the muzzle. Don't take the muzzle on the fascia. So when you come to the serratus anterior fascia, this is the only place the cautery run perpendicular. You run perpendicular here, not parallel. And remember, you don't remove the rectus sheath, but serratus anterior fascia is a part of breast tissue. Pectoralis fascia and serratus fascia run together. This is where you run perpendicular, and this is until you see the intercostal brachial, and then the nerve to long thoracic nerve bell comes here. This is the only place the cautery moves perpendicular. At the lower end of the rectus sheath, don't cut, just lift the breast tissue. Rectus sheath is not a part of breast tissue, so it is left behind there, you don't cut it. And remember, when you cross the anterior axillary fold, it is formed by pectoralis major minor, don't straight go to the axilla. Hold this Langenbach retractors, tell the assistant to lift the pectoralis major. See this, between major minor, there is a big fat of tissue which contains rotors interpectoral node. If you don't remove them, and if it is a node positive, you think that you have actually a breast recurrence, cancer recurrence, or infraclavicular node, but they're actually interpectoral rotors node. So I normally apply Alice and I take this full strip like a fascia between the major and minor. As you do this, you come at the upper end, divide this pectoralis minor tendon into lower 2/3, upper 1/3, two important structure come. This is the place where first you would actually, encounter medial pectoral nerve. It is not medial to the pectoralis minor muscle, but comes from the medial part of the brachial plexus. That's why medial cord, it's called medial. First medial pectoral nerve. Then when you go actually to the medial end of the pectoralis minor, you see the lateral pectoral nerve. So at the junction of this here, you will see the pectoral vessels will come, pectoral nerve will come. Don't injure the pectoral nerve. If you injure a pectoral nerve, the whole pectoralis major is denervated. Better to remove a pectoralis major muscle than leaving a muscle which is denervated. It becomes painful, tendinous, contracture, deformed. So identify this. Remember pectoralis minor, when you cut the clavipectoral fascia, junction of lower 2/3, upper 1/3. After you remove the interpectoral rotor node, you go there. Lot of interpectoral node is there. I apply skin hook and I remove all this particular area. And this is extremely important. Now you cut the clavipectoral fascia. As soon as you cut clavipectoral fascia, you gain entry into the axilla. Axilla opens up after you cut the clavipectoral fascia. Clavipectoral fascia starts from the inferior border of the clavicle at the two lips, engulfs the subclavius muscle, then pectoralis minor muscle, forms clavipectoral fascia, then it forms the neurovascular bundle sheath of the axillary artery, vein, and brachial plexus. So at the lateral free border of upper 1/3 of pectoralis minor, as soon as you cut it, then you will see the pectoral nerve, pectoral vessel, then axilla entry is made. Remember this, see this? Pectoral nerve, pectoral vessel, all going down until pectoralis major and minor is preserved. Always make it a point. If you don't preserve them, it is worse than a radical mastectomy removing the muscle. Now, once you gain entry to the axilla by cutting the clavipectoral fascia, which is free lateral border, axilla opens up. Don't try to do berry picking, cherry picking, no picking up of nodes. Systematically, all the fibro fatty tissue in the triangle between the axillary vein, medially to the serratus anterior chest wall, LD muscle is removed intact in one block. Keeping in mind that LD pedicle, also called as thoracodorsal, is the medial most structure, and it is accompanied by an artery and then vein. But the nerve to serratus anterior is alone. It is plastered to the medial wall close to the chest wall, and always preserve the cephalic vein. If you don't preserve that, chemo port you cannot put. In addition to lymphatic edema, venous edema in a patient, if they take RT in MRM, is miserable and cause lymphedema. So never cross the dissection above the axillary vein unless there is a very big node, because there is no survival benefit. You add more lymphedema. Ligate all the tissue and lymphatics so you don't cause lymphoria and it comes back, unless you do a lymphovascular anastomosis, lymphosurgery, as is a routine in our hospital. Now, systematically, level 1, level 2, level 3, you remove. How to identify axillary vein? If you follow pectoral minor and LD forms the posterior boundary of the axilla. Pectoral minor is the anterior. Where they meet is the point where you have axillary vein, which forms a arch C. See here. So you have LD muscle, pectoralis minor, that is where you see vein. And then you have a LD pedicle, which runs from medial to lateral. And then you have artery, nerve, and vein. And as soon as you come here at the midpoint, you have an angular vein. Remember, this angular vein is very important if you're doing a LD flap, and this is the point where the nerve to serratus anterior enters the serratus muscle. So this point, angular vein, is a artery and vein communicating from LD pedicle going into the chest wall to the serratus. Exactly same point, the nerve, long thoracic nerve of Bell, nerve to serratus anterior is seen, and it enters the serratus. It doesn't supply. As it ascends up, it supplies. So it's very important to understand this particular area. So systematically identify the angular vein, now to serratus anterior, which is alone medial wall, and it enters at the angular vein. As it ascends up, it supplies. So if you injure here, whole muscle is lost. Level 1, level 2, you finish off. If there is no extracapsular spread present, then the intercostobrachial nerve can be preserved, but it's a double-edged sword. If you doesn't preserve it properly, it will get trapped in the scar and it causes pain in the upper 1/3, neurotic pain of the arm. So you have to be quite careful. But best is to do sentinel lymph node. So you preserve these 3 nerves if it is possible. How to go now to level 3? Now you go to the medial boundary of the pectoralis minor. Remember here, lateral pectoral nerve is coming. See this arrow, what I'm showing? Then I pass an umbilical tape, retract, Akin clause. Then you straight see the Halsted ligament. There, no longer axillary vein is vein, it becomes subclavian vein. Then you can remove. This is a very easy way to do it, level 3 clearance. Take an umbilical tape around pectoralis minor. Don't injure the lateral pectoral nerve, and then identify the subclavian and axillary vein junction, remove the level 3. So finally, you have all the pectoralis fascia removed, flap uniform, clavicle to the 6 costa cartilage, midline to the lateral, second perforator is preserved, and then you fix the drain. Remember, there is a right way to fix the drain. If you have done complete axillary clearance, 2 drain, 2 compartment. Pectoral compartment, this drain comes out in 3 to 4 days. Axillary is one which comes in a week. So you take this particular, make 2 holes, fix internally with a vehicle absorbable. The tip should not cross the pectoralis major muscle. So the axillary space and the pectoral space don't communicate, and this settles down first. This can be removed. You can also do drainless surgery. Read about that in UK. And exit the scar very close, because if you have to give radiation, don't bring the drain away so that the abdomen or the clavicle or the back get irradiated. See the scar, uniform thickness of the flaps, not crossing midline, not going to posterior. The surgery doesn't end there. Every surgeon who operates should go to lab, go check the pectoral fascia posteriorly intact, not breached, level 1, level 2, level 3, gross the specimen yourself, look whether pectoralis muscle was involved. You need to take a small cuff of muscle, and entire fascia is there, is skin closed, not closed, level 1, level 2, level 3, all the nodes to be grossed. So that would actually compare. If you're doing a skin sparing mastectomy through the nipple areola, you can go and remove everything, and then only nipple area is left. Then you do a microvascular tram flap. If a lady is unmarried, abdomen is not available, then you do nipple sparing, skin sparing, inframammary, a modified radical mastectomy. Then you can put a flap, or you can put a prosthesis like this, and then you can reconstruct immediately. If you have an LABC and the whole skin is involved, don't put a skin graft. You cannot irradiate. Then you take, this is not a reconstruction. It is a covering. You can put an LD muscle, very easy. With a primary closure, you can go back and do this. So chest wall is fine. Later, you can look at cosmesis. Radiation on this is easy when there is a fungating mass. And if there is an indication for chemotherapy, put a chemo port in the same area into the cephalic vein directly. My video on the YouTube is there, how to do it, punctureless technique, OPD basis, local anesthesia, and you can go back and do. This summarizes, you can go to YouTube. There is a detailed video, step-by-step with my audio, and you can read it. Remember, if you don't do sentinel node, you do a complete surgery. Flap necrosis can be avoided with the way I told. If you keep second perforator branch, bleeding hematoma can happen. Lymphedema happens in 25%. If you cut the intercostobrachial nerve, 78% is the numbness, paresthesia, seroma, which are the known complication. That's why in any surgery, you need a multidisciplinary approach, a breast imaging specialist, a nurse, rehabilitation, and counselor, surgeon, medical onco, radiation, lymphedema clinic, and breast nurses. Thank you very much. And I extend sincere thanks from ABSI to the Chennai ASI chapter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Somsher, sir. Sir, any question from the YouTube, sir? Kanagalu, sir.
1 second, sir. 1 second. Thank you, Dr. Somshekhar, sir. In fact, it is a lot of learning. Definitely, I'm going to change my way of doing surgery based on many inputs which you have given. Today I will make a point that I will myself see as well as encourage my residents to watch your technique of doing modified radical mastectomy. It is definitely heartening to note it's a well done surgery. Then you end up having a seroma. I think you have to accept it. But then if you are not doing the right plane and say losing planes, I won't tell not doing the right plane, losing planes, the earlier you regain and the least trauma you create to the tissue, what is going to be left behind. That is the lesson which at least I was learning from that. I'm sure all of us would have got benefited. And in fact, it is a lot of learning as well as from Deependra and to you, how to place the incisions, right? Like that is definitely a different viewpoint when compared to an oncosurgeon and to a general surgeon. But I think this is a very implementable thing. It is not at all, not that it is very difficult to learn. See, if I have to put someone to do a robotic radical things, then it's a lot of learning. You need a lot of skills to learn. But then I think the suggestions of your experience, what you have given, is definitely going to change the outcome and very minor changes. It's not as complex as any other oncology or retroperitoneal dissection would warrant. Thank you, sir. Thank you. And what is, I really want each to ask this question. What is the incidence of seroma in your series and how do you manage seromas? Especially when you do such a clean surgeries, you still get it. What is your take on it?
In my institution, we do sentinel lymph node 100% if the node is negative. So they are excluded straight away. Now the protocol in my hospital is a sentinel node goes to frozen section where we follow CAP guidelines, American College of Pathologists. Two oncopathologists cut the node at 2 micron. And if the node is positive, then I do complete axillary clearance. Immediately we use ICG camera and we do a lymphovenous anastomosis immediately. So we inject 1 ml of ICG in the web space. Immediately with the open ICG probe, which is irelic probe, we see the lymphatic and I anastomose it into one of the tributaries. So we don't have lymphedema less than 1%. So in my institution, if you don't have this lympha surgery, primary lymphovenous anastomosis technique available, then there are 2 to 3 important things. Seroma is never a problem anteriorly, it is only in the axilla. The longer you keep the drain, the worst axillary seroma. So first 72 hours, keep a RomaVac with full negative suction. After 72 hours, graded vacuum, stop removing it. Because there is a drain, there is a vacuum, it forms a cavity, it forms a plastic adhesive layer, it keeps coming, it never goes then. You remove the drain, it refills, aspirate. One day you introduce infection, then it become, infective, chemo RT is not given, or you reintroduce giver, you get fed up. So 72 hours, anterior pectoral drain is removed. Axillary drain, do a graded loss of vacuum. By about 6-7 days, the drain should hang free on a drain, gravity without vacuum. Then invariably, even when you're done axillary clearance 1, 2, 3, node is positive, within 10 to 14 days, the drain comes out. Less than 1%, more than 2 months, seroma is incidence worldwide. So this is what I would recommend. There is also a randomized control trial and a paper published in this.
Sir, actually your incision is both medial and lateral side. Your incision is sharpened, or one side is the lateral end, you like a curved or a flame shaped, teardrop shaped incision you plan.
Yeah, so both medial and lateral I put a teardrop, and second thing is laterally I keep it at the medial one part of the mid axillary, so it doesn't cross the mid axillary line laterally, and medially I keep it 2 inch short of midline. Both area I do teardrop, so there is no dogging. If you see the way I showed you, most of the time in a bulky lady with a flabby skin, you end up with a dog ear. Remember, mastectomy is not worse cosmetically. Leaving a worst dog ear in the axilla, nuisance. Women come back and tell that hanging skin. So at the end of the surgery, always put a skin hooks. Basic general surgery skill. There are 2 techniques of correcting the dog ear. Immediately correct the dog. If you don't do that, it is not just cosmetically. Medial dog ear is cosmetic, lateral dog ear is functional. You'll be surprised to see the two skin fold will hang on like an MRF tire, and after radiation is over, they're not able to wear their normal bra and they think there is a tumor there. And then the posterior axillary fold, subscapular fold is very, very nuisance, and it constantly keeps rubbing, and they're never happy woman. So laterally, always correct the dog ear. Remember, if you cross the incision to the anti-axillary fold, correcting dog ear will take the scar back to the posterior axillary fold. So it's very, very important that you don't cross the anti-axillary fold. So you have that extra 1 inch to correct the dog ear. Still, it sits at the midpoint of the mid-axillary line. Always correct it. Please never end it. Take my word that the woman is never happy even if you have cured her in follow-up after 1 to 2 years.
Excellent, sir. Good, sir.
Thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure listening to you. And I think we will have, I will take my permission of the EC. Then I think we should break up into multiple split program. I think we are having an overdose of, it's not overdose, it's a sort of a knowledge overload. Like youngsters should be given a clear spoon, you said spoon feeding, but I think it is our responsibility to give the right feedings. Spoon or the volume, how much ever they take is their choice. But then if you are going to do an MRM, I think MRM alone should be one evening session. That's what is the lesson I'm learning. And I will discuss with EC and regarding the split of the program. We always feel when we give a lot of talk, then it is comprehensive. But I think MRM takes its own 3 to 4 hours of deliberation so that people learn one thing in the right way. That's my feel. I'll also take the inputs of the EC in future program to cut short the number of topics and concentrate on few specific zones.
Sure, sir.
And, once again, on behalf of my EC, I thank you, sir, for accepting to collaborate with the Chennai City branch. I think it is a humble beginning, but yet it's a very flamboyant progress in one show. We look forward to have more academic collaborations with you, sir. I think Uttarakumar, sir, you want to share something, please.
Yes, sir. I would like to ask you, sir. Some literature says selective lymph node dissections only 40 to 60% only positive. So this is selective lymph node dissections irrespective of all the cases we are not doing. Whether the intraoperatively the nodes are present, definitely the MRM followed by axillary lymph node dissections. But you are saying the only frozen section then is the positive only axillary dissection, otherwise not necessary.
Only sentinel node, yeah. See, actually, I would welcome all of you with kind permission of Professor Kanagavelu. Tuesday, there is going to be a very good breast cancer awareness event. Professor Shanta Madam is going to address from our experience. And I'm going to speak about how to manage the axilla.
Yes.
I will detailedly address this evidence-based that day. So we'll keep something suspense for Tuesday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now okay, sir.
Thank you.
Now I invite Dr. Kannan, sir, our treasurer of Chennai City branch, to introduce the Honorary Secretary of ABSA, Dr. Ashwin, sir. The next topic. Next, over to Kannan, sir.
Dr. K. Rajagopal Ashwin is Secretary of Association of Breast Surgeons of India, consultant surgical and gynecological oncologist, robotic surgeon, HIPEC super specialist, Manipal Comprehensive Cancer Center, Manipal Hospital, Bangalore. He is going to talk on fundamentals of oncoplastic breast reconstruction. Over to you, Dr. Ashwin. Unmute, yeah.
Doctor, can I share the screen?
Yes, please.
Oh, yes, sir.
Can you see it?
Yes, yes. You can share.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Right, at the outset, I would like to thank the ASA Chennai chapter for giving me the opportunity, and also to Professor Dr. Somshekhar, my mentor and my teacher. So my topic for today will be the breast oncoplasty in cancer. So we know with the popularity of screening programs, we're getting more women with early breast cancer. Now, with more awareness, more women are coming to us and insisting on preserving the breast. Nobody wants the breast mastectomy to be done unless it is absolutely indicated. So, with breast conservation surgery being established as a safe method to treat breast cancer, we come to the aesthetics. Even with breast conservation surgery, even though we preserve the breast, is the aesthetics good? Are the women okay? Are happy with it? How is the quality of life? And ultimately, what is the psychological effect that it has? So with 1981, Amatu Varanasi was one of the main people who made breast conservation surgery popular with their one of the seminal publication. After that, oncoplasty also has become very, very popular. So what is breast conservation? It's basically, we know that it is just removing the breast cancer with good sufficient margin, about 2 mm. And we have found that enough sufficient evidence saying that local recurrence and survival is comparable with mastectomy. With this, the advantages is that it's quicker treatment compared to mastectomy because and faster recovery, since the surgical trauma is less. The long-term side effects are lesser, most importantly, lesser scar, and the quality of life and psychological effects are also immensely much better than doing mastectomy. But the issue which came about after doing breast conservation surgery, with most surgeons saw that there was a lot of distortion, and the aesthetic outcome was unpredictable, especially for those who underwent what was called quadrantectomy, and especially after giving radiation. So what were the problems that these women faced was they were not happy with the asymmetry compared with the opposite breast, since that's very, very important. Nobody wants breast conservation with one breast lopsided. The retraction of the breast, retraction of the nipple, there's a lot of volume changes when we remove a lot of breast tissue. And post-radiation, there is skin pigmentation, skin fibrosis, and telangiectasia. So this is where oncoplasty came. So it's basically a type of plastic surgery technique where after removal of the breast cancer with margin-free excisions, we do sort of what is called as an oncoplasty, such that the aesthetics are maintained. So here there are two types. It can be done either immediate or delayed, but immediate is preferred because we found that the outcomes are much better doing in an immediate setting. So there are mainly two types. One is what is called the volume displacement, where the same breast tissue itself is rearranged in such that the crater that has been created is filled up, and also the nipple is in the proper position. There is no retraction or a pull. And second is what is called the volume replacement procedure. Here, this is basically when you remove more than 20% to 40% of the breast tissue, depending on the size of the breast. Here, we don't have enough breast tissue to place it in the area. Here, we use local flaps. It can be we use flaps. It can either be local or it can be distant flaps where we have to do an vascular anastomosis. So this is usually for where there is a small breast, non-ptotic breast, or we have to remove a large amount of tissue. So based on there are different types. The volume displacement techniques, initially the most common is the glandular reshaping, or the more advanced is what's called as the mammoplasty techniques. And the volume replacement, it can be either local flap or a distant flap, like I told. Local flap are the simple lateral thoracodorsal flap based on the thoracodorsal artery, or the ICAP flap based on the intercostal arteries, or the flaps based on thoracoepigastric. Rarely, distant flaps can also be done, which I'll be explaining later. So before we do any procedure in our institution in Manipal, we follow what is called as the team approach, or the MDT approach. Here, all the doctors, that are surgeons and radiologists and the medical oncologists, we decide what type of treatment each woman is going to undergo. And once that is done, the plastic surgeon and the oncological surgeon, we discuss in detail what procedure this lady has to undergo, what type of incision which we would like to approach for doing the breast conservation surgery. And the most important, please remember that whenever you're marking the incision, please do this in a standing position and also with the hands raised. So what are the factors that the surgeons, the oncosurgeons and the plastic surgeons consider is to see the tumor size, how big is it, what are the location, is it in the upper quadrant, and the more tougher ones are in the upper medial quadrant. what is the breast size, and if she is a glandular density. If she's an elderly lady, she has more fat, then the glandular displacement becomes more tougher. If she has any previous scars, we don't want to put one more scar. Can we go through the same scar? And other comorbidities and and if she has any history of smoking, because this is going to affect the ultimate cosmesis. So it's basically a shared decision making. So these, you can see the pictures. So any women, we have a special, in our OT, we have a special marking area where the patient, along with the plastic team and the oncology team, sit and we mark the type of incision that we're going to undergo. It can be a simple radial incision, or in this lady, since she had a previous surgery, we do a tennis racket incision. Here, this lady, we underwent a donut excision or a Benelli, and this lady underwent a medial mammoplasty. This is one more lady who's had a large breast tumor who underwent a Weiss pattern mammoplasty. Again, another lady who had a large breast cancer who underwent a LICAM, that is a lateral intercostal artery. So once we have done the marking, once the oncological team does in our hospital, we do the wide local excision with minimum 2 mm margin, and we send it for frozen section. Once the frozen section has come negative, that's when the plastic surgery team takes over. And they, depending on the amount of tissue excised, based on the size of the tissue, these are the factors that they consider, whether the skin has to be removed or not, if the only glandular or level 1 oncoplasty is enough, or if the post-op radiation therapy is required, and also if any patient has any keloid or hypertrophic scars. So coming to the volume displacement, generally the classification is level 1, level 2, or level 3. The level 1 oncoplasty is very simple, where we just do advancement flap, where the amount of tissue is usually less than 20% of the breast tissue has been removed. So they don't require any complex oncoplasty. Here we just do dual plane undermining. That is, the breast pillars are created by undermining both under the skin and at the chest wall. And we do advancement flap. Level 2 is more complex, where nipple areolar recentralization or complex procedures, which is mastopexies, something like a round block, crescent mastopexy, or back-wing mastopexy might be required. Level 3 are much more advanced, where depending on the amount of tissue, if more than 40% is removed, where level 3 oncoplasty has to be done, which is called as mammoplasty. Level 1, the simplest one, which anybody, even we oncosurgeons in fact do, we don't even call the plastic team, is when the less than 15% is excised. We just, like I said, dual plane undermining of the breast tissue and the pillar mobilization. So this is just a rough picture where this lady underwent a wide local excision, and we do dual plane mobilization of the breast, and we suture it. So this has been post-excision procedure. And we do undermining at 2 planes, like I said, and these are the 2 pillars that I keep telling. And once this is sutured, and we place a drain. So this is this lady required a nipple repositioning also. So you can see the cosmesis is very good. So the general principles of level 1 is falling wide excision. Make sure the pillars are mobilized and they're sutured. Make sure that there is no cavity formed, because any cavity affects the cosmesis. If there is nipple reposition is required, please do that. Always place a drain. And if we usually do meticulous skin closure using the subcuticular suture. Next, coming to the level 2 type of oncoplasty. Here we do, this is when we remove up till 25% of the breast. Here there are different types. One is first is the most common is the round block or a donut, which was done by a doctor called Benelli. So it's the Benelli technique, which is very, very popular. And this is very popular since you can address most oncoplasties with this technique. Next is the crescent mastopexy, where the incision is crescentic type. It can be batwing, hemi-batwing, or a racket type. So this is the same thing. There's a level 2 type, a level 3 type. So this is a very good graph, which is explaining what type of level type of oncoplasty has to be done. Here in the y-axis is the breast excision done, and most important, what we need to consider is the volume of the breast, that what size of the breast she has. So if the volume excised is very small, it is about 5%, and the volume of the breast is more, the amount of excision is required and oncoplasty requirement is less. But if you're removing more than 25%, and in a lady who's having very small breast, you require either therapeutic mastopexy, or even sometimes because of a non-ptotic small breast, she might even require a flap, a distant or a local flap. So based on the location, there are different types of oncoplasties which can be done. The upper is usually, like I said, a donut or a batwing or hemi-batwing. And for inferior ones, usually we do a more complex type of surgery, which is called as a mammoplasty. So these are the few examples that we have done. This is a lady who had a large lump here, and we did just a simple glandular rotation. Since she is a large ptotic breast and the amount of tissue was only 20-25%, glandular rotation was enough. Second is the donut or the mastopexy. Here we do incision marking, where we do a double concentric circles, and we incise that and deepithelize the whole area, and we can raise the entire upper flap like with this incision, just like a mastectomy up till the clavicle. And you can see the lesion was somewhere in the upper median. Still, we were able to get the tumor area and we were able to excise it. So this is the post-surgery. You can see a very, very nice scar, and this is the post-surgical picture after 3 weeks. So this is again next type, the crescent mastopexy. Instead of doing a double, we just do a crescent, and through the same incision, same principle, we do breast flap creation. We go to the upper part, and we just simple closure with the subcuticular, where the incision scar is just a half circle. This is one more method where here we have taken racket type incision, and we have done the level 2 oncoplasty. This is the same. There's another pictorial depiction where we do a double donut with a racket shape, where we excise the tumor and the closure is done such that, and we reposition the nipple. So this is the same lady. One more example where we've done a racket shape and we have done a nipple reposition. So another method is the batwing mastopexy. Again, this is usually all for upper lesions in the upper quadrant, where we incision looks like a batwing. And once you'll be amazed to see with this incision, the amount of space that you get. Everybody thinks with such a small incision, how can we raise the flaps? But it's not so. With this, the entire breast flap can be raised, and you can reach lesions even up high up. So coming to the last is the level 3 oncoplasty. Here is when we remove more than 25% of the tumor. This is usually preferred for very large tumor, or where the breast is very small, or if we have multifocal or multicentric type of cancers. So the two most common important type of level 3 oncoplasty that we perform is the Weiss pattern mammoplasty or a vertical mammoplasty. So this is the marking for a lady who had a lesion in the lower quadrant. So this is what is called the Weiss pattern. So we take we make this Weiss pattern or inverted T, and we de-epithelize the whole area, and we excise the tumor tissue, and we mobilize the two pillars, the one on the lateral, one medial, and such that the closure will be like an inverted T. This is the main workhorse which is done. This is very, very popular in the Western population, where they have more bulky and larger breasts. In Indian population, we don't do it that often. But for some women who are having a large ptotic breast, we do perform. And you can see they're just having a simple single scar, and the other limb of the scar will be hidden in the inframammary crease. Next is another popular one, which is called as the Grisoti flap or the J mammoplasty. where these are the lesions which are in the lateral quadrant, and very simple, again, very simple. We deepithelize, we go in, remove the tumor, and the closure happens like a J. So this is one more picture of a J-shaped or a Grisoti flap, which was done. So you can see the simple closure. Next is the last part where local oncoplasties cannot be done. There is the displacement oncoplasty cannot be done. We have to do what is called the volume replacement. So based on the type of flap, it can be the local flap or it can be a regional free flap. The most common local flaps are the TDAP, that is the thoracodorsal perforator. That is the same perforator that we use for LD. The LTAP, or the lateral thoracic artery perforator. Another one, if it's much more inferior, we use the LICAP, MCAP, or ICAP. Everybody knows about the LD and mini LD. And in our institution, we also do what is the free flaps using a superficial inferior epigastric flap. We have done for about 5 patients. I'll show you the picture. And although we could, transverse upper gracilis can also be done, we have not yet have any experience. So this is the picture for the replacement flaps. So LD, mini LD, and TDAP, all based on thoracodorsal. The LTAP, that is the thoracic artery, lateral thoracic artery based flap. LICAP, that is the intercostal artery flap. And this is the either anterior intercostal or the medial intercostal flap. So this is one of the patients who underwent a TDAP. That is again a perforator flap where we saved the muscle, and the entire, she had a large tumor in the upper outer quadrant where we excised the hole. We did almost a quadrantectomy, and the plastic surgeons did a TDAP flap and they filled it. So you can see the entire tissue, the huge quadrantectomy was removed, and the plastic surgeons used their TDAP flap and they filled the area. And you can see a very, very nice outcome post-operatively. This is the pre-op, this is the post-op. So next is the lateral intercostal artery perforator based on, like I said, again, this is one of the popular ones because the artery supply is very good. So this is again another lady who's having a tumor little inferiorly, and here our plastic surgeons decided to do a LICAP. This is the initial marking, and based on the lateral intercostal artery, you can see this was the skin was deepithelialized, and this was placed in the defective volume. And you can see the placement. This is the post-op closure with one drain in the donor area, one drain in the area of the surgery. Again, this is the post-op picture, pre-op, and this is the post-op picture. And another one is the, again, another anterior intercostal artery. You can see the anterior intercostal being dissected. And once an excision was done, here the anterior intercostal, she had a flap in the inferior quadrant, and the anterior intercostal artery placement was, so oncoplasty was done, and the closure was a simple inframammary closure. Again, this is a post-op picture. This is after 3 weeks. So last coming the main workhorse, which all plastic surgeons or even general surgeons and the oncosurgeons can do, is the LD flap based on thoracodorsal. I'll just run through a few pictures where a large tumor was removed, and we took a mini LD and we placed it here inferiorly. Another lady with a large tumor, excision, post-excision, LD, which can be done. One more important point is usually we try not to use the LD because LD has a very, very good perforator, which is good blood supply. We try to use LD as a last resort, or unless we need a very, very, very big volume to be replaced. Otherwise, we use the other, the intercostal artery or the thoracodorsal artery based flaps. This is another lady post LD. This lady had correct. She had a small breast with a large tumor. So we went ahead with the radial incision and we excised it. The plastic surgeons, they found that the mini LD or the ICAP were not good. The perforators were not good. Here we did a distant flap where from the groin, a superficial inferior epigastric artery based flap was taken and it was inserted. So this is the pre-op, and you can see the post-op picture. So this is one of the we have done about 5 cases of this where we have done a distant flap with a superficial inferior epigastric. Coming to the last part, one more thing that most women insist is that if we remove the nipple, a nipple reconstruction should be done. And also they want a nipple repositioning to be done. They don't want a nipple to be pulled up or down towards the scar. So make sure that after oncoplasty, the nipple is repositioned. And for a few women, although it's not that common in India, especially it's more common in the West or in the UK where I was trained, there once we remove a large amount of tissue, they don't want one breast to be B or C cup, another one to be D cup. So they even insist on doing a mammoplasty or a breast reduction on the opposite side also, such that there is no asymmetry. So there are different, based on the levels, yes, there is still training. I just want to announce that we have a regular annual cadaveric or hands-on course run by ABSI for oncoplasty by our wonderful team of senior surgeons. For level 1 and level 2 oncoplasty, most doctors with simple experience can do. But for level 3, level 4 oncoplasty, we have a breast fellowship in Manipal, and also ABSI runs regular work, the workshops. So I recommend if anybody interested can contact ABSI, and we'll be happy to let you know when the next workshop is. To conclude, please remember that just because we're saving the breast, we're doing a breast conservation surgery, we should not give them an ugly breast where it affects them even more psychologically. Never compromise on the oncological principles. It should not be that we are trying to save the breast and we end up damaging her chances of survival by leaving behind breast tissue. Aesthetics, yes, is important because it does have a huge psychological, papers are saying that it has a very important psychological effect and the quality of life effect on them. There's a lot of different techniques which can be done on the breast especially, but at least the basic level 1, level 2 oncoplasties is very simple, and 90% believers, 90% of the surgeries for Indian women you can in fact just do breast conservation and do simple oncoplasty, and they'll be more than happy. Training is required for level 2, level 3 oncoplasty. Like I said, ABS will be happy to help anybody who's in need. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your excellent lecture about the fundamentals of oncoplastic breast reconstruction.
Thank you.
You know the importance of the level 2 training for this oncoplastic breast surgery.
Thank you.
Any questions from the...
I think Dr. Ashwin and Dr. Somshekhar, we should reserve few places for our EC members and myself to come to a center for a week-long learning. I think.
I can tell you very candidly, like when I'm a student of Dr. Somshekhar now 10 years. I was his student. The way when the first time he started operating, I didn't know anybody can operate like that, and it's not only breast. It's like all different organs. He's so meticulous. And he has the same steps, and he says that I'm training you. Not even one step should change, and any step changes, you have to tell me. And breast, from when he got trained in US and in UK, and in fact he gave me the same opportunity, I can tell you breast is changing a lot, sir. A lot of doctors now are coming and getting trained under us for breast oncoplasty and breast conservation. There's so much sentinel node and thing. Even 1.5 years is not enough. So please come, sir. We'll be very happy to host you in Bangalore. Come anytime, sir. Thank you, Dr. Kanagavelu.
Sir, actually very excellent presentation regarding the oncoplastic. It's very useful to our postgraduates, those who are seeing in YouTube, and also in our faculties also is very useful, sir. Any questions regarding this from the YouTube, sir? Kanagavelu, sir.
1 second, Chandra. 1 second, Chandra.
Please. So regarding the oncoplastic, what are the routine oncoplastic surgery, and what is the best outcome of oncoplastic surgery or practices?
That is it. See, in Indian women, we do about most of the oncoplasty that I do is level 1 and level 2, which is fairly simple. It's just mobilization of the excess breast tissue and putting it in the cavity, making sure. See, main thing is before that is the incision marking. Everybody's scared that we will be able to go if there's a large lump, especially in the medial quadrant or very close to the clavicle. Everybody's scared that can we go till there, so we put very wrong incision. Incision marking is very, very important. Once we put the right incision and once we remove the breast, but like I said, 80% of our ladies just undergo level 1 oncoplasty, and that is more than enough. They're very happy. And even then, if it's not enough, there is lipofilling. The plastic surgeons take some amount of tissue and they just inject it on OPD basis. Lipofilling can be done. So for our scenario, just learn level 1, level 2 oncoplasty, which is very easy, and your patients will be so happy when you give them a good aesthetic breast. No, so
Yes.
they really appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So now we have come to the end. We come to the end of the session.
Thanks a lot.
Sir, thank you, Ashwin sir. Thank you, sir. So now we are in the end of the session. There is our Professor Dr. K. Vivekananda Subramanianathan, our Academic Council President. I invite Dr. Pandey Raja sir to introduce Dr. Vivek sir.
Hey, no need for introduction.
No. Dr. Vivek, okay. Pandey Raja.
Yes, sir. Good evening, one and all. It is give me immense pleasure to introduce our beloved Director of Academic Council, Dr. K. Vivekananda Subramaniam. He is a past president of our Chennai ASICT chapter. He is organizing treasurer of National ASI ASICON 2018. Currently, he is working as a professor of surgery in Chettinad Medical College. He is a known examiner both in South India's both undergraduate as well as postgraduate. Over to you, sir, for your academic treat.
Thank you. See, already time over. Anyway, this surgery nowadays, general surgeon, onco-surgeon, plastic surgeon is doing. As a general surgeon, what are all the complications we are meeting? And now I have to explain. See, if you are not a surgeon, not having complications, then you are not doing surgery. Some complications are inevitable. So, sorry, okay. Complications for the following MRM: intraoperative and postoperative. So, intraoperative complications, mainly we have to meet 3 complications like a bleeding, nerve injury, tumor spillage. Intraoperative complications, pressure for initial control. Don't apply hemostatic forces blindly. Bipolar instead of monopolar, you can. Remifentanil reduces the blood loss in endoscopic mastectomy. Harmonic scalpel also reduces the blood loss. I will go fast because the time is there. So, intraoperative nerve injury, going through the wrong plane, dissecting the cranial to axillary vein, catching the nerve while controlling disc bleeding, excessive use of energy devices close to the nerve. Next.
1 second.
Previously. Yes. Okay. So monitoring of nerves during MRM, positive effects on muscles and nerve functions. Neuropraxic injury can happen while tissue expansion. Radiation damage, aggravation of neuropraxic injury. Post-operative complication next. Usually wound infection, seroma, skin flap necrosis, hematoma, nerve injury and weakness, chronic pain, incisional dock tears, scarring, lymphedema, fibrosis, risk of local recurrence, rare complications like pneumothorax following the nerve block. Next. Wound infections of modified radical mastectomy, usually 5 to 25% of surgical site infections. Increased relative risk with advanced age, obesity, smoking, concomitant chemotherapy and radiation, long-standing seroma, drain placement during post-operative period, then recurrent surgery. Next. Impact of surgical site infection in MRM, usually long stay, increased cost, flap necrosis, ugly scarring, subsequent reconstruction becomes difficult. Next. How to treat the surgical site infection in MRM? Usually preventive measures, mainly sterile precautions per operative and antibiotics. Common organisms like Staphylococci, Pseudomonas proteus, perioperative antibiotics, early draining of the infected collection and dressings, anti-reflex evacuation systems as drain, improving the general condition of the patient. Other measures like antibiotic coated sutures, gentamicin, collagen sponge, etc. Negative section stressing, nutrition and improving general condition. This next. First, seroma, the collection of serous fluid in the dead spaces of post-mastectomy, skin flap, poorly understood pathophysiology, acute inflammatory exudates, fibrinolytic activities of contribute, incidence of seroma 15 to 18%. Next. What are the factors predisposing seroma formation? Extent of lymph node clearance, number of positive nodes, use of post-operative radiation, whether intraoperative lymphatic channels ligation was done or not. Factors may not influence seroma formation, age of the patient, obesity, tumor size, neoadjuvant therapy. Complications due to the seroma elevates the flaps from the chest and axilla there by hampering their adherence. Wound hematoma, delayed wound healing, wound infections, wound dehiscence, prolonged hospitalization, delayed recovery and initiation of adjuvant therapy. Next. Prevent and the treatment of seroma. Surgical techniques very important. The use of sealants and sclerotherapy, compression dressing, drain DT use, shoulder exercise, delayed results early. The role of actuary. Next. Surgical technique. Minimize the leakage from the dissect, obliterate the dead space, use of harmonic scalpel, organ enhanced electrosurgery also decrease the incidence of seroma, excessive electrocautery use reduce the blood loss but increase the seroma formation, fibrin glue and other sealant agents, sclerosant like the tetracyclines, drain placement, suction drain, early late removal, single and multiple drains. Next. Post-operative management of how to reduce the seroma formation. External compression dressing, delayed controlled shoulder exercise program reduce the seroma. Oxidate may be used successfully for the treatment of seroma. Other treatment options, aspiration, seroma excision, lymphaticovenous anastomosis, the steroid injection. Most of the 5 to 30% of skin necrosis, what are the predisposing factors? Smoking, hypertension, diabetes, radiation, age, obesity, volume of the breast, tumors and mastectomy, tissue expansion, thin flap with excessive diathermy use, seroma formation, other severe comorbidities. These are all there. How to prevent early detection, traditional methods, assessment of skin color, capillary refill, skin temperature, and dermal bleeding, use of ICG before closure, then ultrasound, you can find out the seroma. Can apply nitroglycerin ointment, prophylactic therapeutic, hyperbaric oxygen, antibiotics, dressings with arginates and silver preparation, debridement, wax dressings. The amount of usually factors obesity, volume of the breast, tissue expansion, reduced energy devices, use of sealants during surgery. You treat mostly conservative unless large or expanding, compression dressings, selective anti-angioembolism, evacuation in selective cases. Thanks. How to detect the nerve injury and post-operative period? 5 to 10% neuropraxia, excessive abduction of arm, dissecting around brachial plexus with traction, diathermy injury, injury to Keltian and Iridian. Most recover with time, need rest, support with delayed physiotherapy. Next. Post-mastectomy pain syndrome is defined as chronic pain that persists beyond the normal healing time of 3 months, usually 15% incidence, more with young patients. Invasive extensive surgery, post-operative radiation, necrosis and excessive scarring associated with lymphedema, psychosocial risk factors. These are all the chronic pain developed post-operative period. Next. Usually conservatively medical treatment, administration of some drugs like venlafaxine and paravertebral block also can give pre and post-operative surgery, ultrasound guided pectoral nerve block, psychotherapy, EMLA and lidocaine infusion may be given. So chronic pain is the lymphedema. Most phlebomatic complications, majority within 10-18 minutes, approximately incidence 30%, more than 3 centimeter differentiate in circumferences. Thanks. So a elderly patient, excessive dissection, obesity, hypertension, radiation, advanced diseases, post-operative infections, these are all the risk factors for lymphedema. How to treat this? Usually do the exercise, lymph elevation, skin care, seroapplications of multi-layer manual lymphatic drainage. Debulking may help. Liposuction technique also can do. Usually in 3 to 10% local recurrence, usually young age, positive or closed margin, high-grade tumor, positive lymph nodes, radiotherapy and surgical excision can do. Next. Next slide. What is axillary web syndrome? Self-repeating morbidity is seen in up to 40% of cases. After elbow, sick from axilla to elbow, more seen with obesity and radiotherapy, hypercoagulation and inflammation of the lymphatic vessels as a result of an ALD, axial lymph node dissection, limited range of motion, pain, physiotherapy. Next. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Because of our timings, I will read.
No worries.
So,
I think you covered 5 important postgraduate questions.
Faculties already explained everything.
Sir, it's okay, sir. Excellent presentation. Actually, this slide is displayed in the YouTube. It's very useful for the postgraduates. If you the slide, you see the slide for your future reference. Kanagavel, sir, please.
Thank you, Chandru. Thank you for coordinating and moderating the entire program. Can I have presence of Dr. Somashekar, sir, to give the closing comments? Then we will call it a close, sir. Somashekar, sir, are you with us?
Yeah. Thank you. It's a fantastic academic feast. Not just postgraduates, all the learned senior professors who themselves are examiners like you, me, all of us had a lot to pick up from this very topic. It's like an encyclopedia of the breast you covered in a nutshell, on which we need to expand like a spring. I hats off to you, your team, and the Chennai chapter. It's really, Chandrasekhar, and you have put a lot of hard work in that. And it's more than honor and pleasure for ABSI ASI to be partnering with you. I wish we can be more and more, join hands and partner with this. Ultimately, the happiest day, satisfied day for all of us to rest on is a enlightened postgraduate student young surgeon. You achieved more than that, and the credit goes to you, Chandrasekhar, and the Chennai ASI.
No, sir. It's our teamwork, excellent executive committee we have, and the excellent national ASI we have, and a good president, the advice from the president of ASI, and our president, our chairman, Dr. Kanagavel sir, and our academic council, Dr. Vivekanandan sir, and secretary Uttara Kumar sir, and treasurer Kandan sir, all the Dr. Pandey Raja, Dr. A. Rajendran sir, all the other EC members. I very much thanks to each and everyone, sir. So actually, it's a teamwork, sir.
I could see Dr. Raghuram still not there. Raghuram sir, are you with us still? I'm not sure, but I think he is listening us.
Yes.
I could see the president saying all through the program is a phenomenal recognition for us. As a matter of protocol, I'll request the secretary of ABC to tell a few words, and then we hand over a formal vote of thanks. Dr. Ashwin, please. Ashwin sir, you are in mute mode.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Kanagavel, Dr. Chandrasekhar. Excellent program. Like I said, we had a few requests, and thank you for honoring those requests. Like I said, Dr. Dipten sir wanted to go, and you are always one phone call away. We are very happy, and thank you for giving us the opportunity. So we would like to have more tie-ups with you, with the ASI Chennai chapter, and please encourage your students to become members of ABSI. Like I said, there's so much of activity that keeps happening. And one more, like Dr. Somashekar sir said, if they attend our national conference and if they're able to win a prize, the first prize, they can get a UK training fellowship. And even the second, third, we have 10 prizes. We give them cash prizes. We encourage them. They can meet a lot of international faculty. So please become members of ABSI and make sure you take advantage of all the programs that we have.
Any age criteria for that program, sir?
Chandru, not for you, Chandru.
Usually there is one prize which has no age criteria. Rest all are capped at 40.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think most of us, maybe Chandru is eligible, just eligible. I'm not sure. Let us not discuss about age. Thank you, ABSI.
For a person of assistant professor Kedar, who is working, who can go to UK, and we have a tie-up with UK Breast Society and Indian Society. We fully sponsor it, flight placement, everything is given by us. They get a breast oncoplasty training there and they come back so that they can develop the institution and sort of they can afford.
Sir, actually, we combinedly ASI and ABSI, we plan for a workshop for each and every medical college for oncoplastic surgery, exclusively for oncoplastic. We plan zone-wise, we divide the whole country and plan, sir. There's oncoplastics, now the outcome, that is a good, there is a modern, there's so many discussions, Dr. Ashwin sir is displayed. So we plan it for our future academic events.
We'll be happy to do skill course through you and currently ASI, ABSI. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Kannan?
Yeah, thank you very much. Formally, I thank each and everyone. In fact, it's an honor for me to thank the ASI, Professor Raghuram sir, who has inaugurated the program and as well as given the excellent lecture about the Professor D.G. Gunasagar and oration. And I extended thank to Dr. Somsekhar, is the president of Association of Breast Surgeons of India, and as well as he has given the excellent teaching lecture about the right technique of modified radical mastectomy. And I thank Dr. Ashwin, he has given the excellent lecture about the fundamentals of oncoplastic breast reconstruction. And also I thank Dr. Diktendra Sekhar for his excellent moderation about the LABC. I extend the thank to Dr. Bhakyam Raghavan, Dr. Bhavana Shiroshi, Professor B.M. Pratibha Devi, and Professor S. Sarada, and as well as Professor Satyapriya and Dr. Sunita Prabhakar. And I also extended my thanks to Dr. Bhavana Shiroshi, oncoplastic surgeon in Apollo Patron. He has given excellent lecture and as well as the overview about the preoperative tissue diagnosis, histology to personalized technique platforms. And I thank Professor Vivekananda Subramanianathan for his excellent lecture on complications of modified radical mastectomy. And anyone I left, sorry for that. And I thank the team of the great team of Chennai ASI and as well as the faculties and as well as the students and postgraduates who participated in this program. In fact, it is an excellent teaching program. It's one of the best programs which the Chennai ASI collaborated with the Association of Breast Surgeons of India. I heartfully thank to each and every one of you and as well as the President of ASI and the President and the Secretary of Association of Breast Surgeons of India. Thank you, one and all.
So with the permission of the faculty, now I undo the YouTube and then